success? If we're not having success, what is the reason? There's always an evaluation going on. That's what he's publicly saying, but you've got to believe that there is always an evaluation process, and the evaluation process is pretty clear. Like, it's the first couple of years, you were able to get to the tournament, and you had success. Last year, you went to the NIT. This year, you're not even going to the NIT. You're not going anywhere.
Terrible.
The season will be over when they lose in the Big Ten championship, in the Big Ten tournament. And then at that point, you're making your evaluations now. You're starting those. You started them a while ago.
Right.
But at that point, that's when you make a decision. And if you're going to make a change, that's when you make the change. I don't know that there's a benefit in doing it now. And I know we talked about this earlier, and people, had text in, well, it gives you a head start on, evaluating the next head coach. Well, even if your coach is wildly successful and wins a national championship, but they determine that they want to leave at the end of the season, correct me if I'm wrong, has that happened? You should be evaluating those coaches on your staff or those coaches that you may want to go get if your coach walks away or if you fire the coach. That process is forever ongoing.
Well, right. What's the old bit that ADs keep a list at all times of potential replacements for any reason? If a coach were to retire or get fired or leave for a better job in some cases, a good AD has a list in mind at all times. And to be fair, I don't know that Ward doesn't have that list, but you ask, what's the point of firing a guy? It would show your fan base that you do care, that you are more dialed in than your public comment suggests. It would say, hey, I want it to work for Juwan, but as the athletic director at the University of Michigan, where we expect to compete for championships in everything we do, this is a far cry from that. This is Spartan fans at Chrysler Center chanting, "Go green, go white," in unison and drowning our dwindling fan base out. It's your AD saying, enough's enough, I care. Is it symbolic more than anything else, John? Yes. But does the program need a little bit of that right now? I would say yes.
But again, is there difference in doing it now, or is there any difference in doing it the second week of March?
No.
So that to me is
in terms of like hiring a new coach. No, I don't think it speeds up the process.
I'm asking this question because there's going to be a lot of different answers. Is there a benefit in doing it now because of all of the different things that are different in college sports right now? Transfer portal, NIL, guys that are on your roster, maybe they don't want to be here. Maybe you don't want them here. Maybe there's guys that you want to be able to go out and get. There's a lot of different factors involved in the timing of when these things happen. And if it's simply, hey, back channels, we've discussed this, or we've let people know that we're thinking about making a change, and we want to know if X, Y, or Z coach might be available. Well, until there is an actual change, that coach doesn't think there's a job opening.
Does Ohio State get any advantage by firing their coach early?
Well, the advantage they have right now is evaluating their interim coach. Do they want him as their possible? And I don't know that they go that route, but he obviously, passed the first test.
I guess it comes down to how much you trust Ward, really. I mean, to make a good decision here. And that's a question that Michigan fans can answer, 248-539-9797, because it is a big decision. Like, this basketball program wasn't that long ago they were competing for the national title. I mean, Beeline's last 2 years, I think they won 33 and 30 games. One of them was runner-up for the national championship. And Juwan took over and did have a degree of success fairly quickly. It was that second season they made the Elite Eight run. But again, that's Beeline players. Beeline was a coach's coach. He had been a head coach at different levels for 40 years. Fundamentals, basics, practice, the little things. That gets drilled into players. Good coaching, right? Well, when you get in your third season and your fourth season and now your fifth season, and it is laughably a different program, it is a Ward manual problem now.
Well, in the response after winning against number 11 Wisconsin, then you
the
lose.
Only win in the last 9 or 10.
Well, yeah, and then you lose on the road at Nebraska. You got drubbed by 20. And then you play Illinois, and it's in Champaign, but you lose by almost 30. And then it's Michigan State, and you heard the chants at home. And a lot of people will say, well, he was patient, and the patience paid off with Jim Harbaugh.
Right.
The difference is if you take away the COVID season, which a lot of weird things happened.
Yeah. Harbaugh never had a season this bad.
No,
if you take out the COVID year.
The worst year he had was a 9-win season.
Right.
And at Michigan, okay, the question then is that good enough? When you lose to Michigan State or you lose to Ohio State, and those are part of the losses getting you to that 9-win season, where does that rank? How bad does that make it? But he was never a sub-500 coach.
248-539-9797. Cam, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Hey, what's up? Good morning.
Hey, Cookies, congrats.
Thanks.
Hey, I really think that this whole thing, and I to flip off of the Juwan after last year. You saw all the times early in the coaching career for Juwan here at Michigan, where Phil Martelli is running the huddles. He's running the timeouts. He's running the stuff after the quarters and after halftime, and Juwan just kind of standing there. And I still think that Ward is kind of holding on to Juwan to try and maybe rekindle a little bit of this Fab Five magic or nostalgia that he may have had, or trying to get the fan base to have. I mean, you had Jimmy and Jalen at the game here a few weeks ago, and Jalen's dumb comments about how just kind of writing off Beeline, and I just don't understand how this whole thing has become a debate about whether or not he should be fired. I mean, he has done nothing for the last 3 years to warrant him staying. The recruiting has gone way down. He had 2 first-round picks last year that he did nothing with that team.
Right.
And Hunter had to see the writing on the wall for some reason to leave, plus a bigger check, I'm sure.
You would assume.
But I just don't get it. I mean, I've become totally apathetic about this team. Granted, they beat Wisconsin here 2 weeks ago, but Wisconsin's become a dumpster fire here in the last 2 weeks with losing 5 of 6 or whatever it is.
Yep.
I just don't see how we don't can him now and get that much further ahead. Granted, it's 5-6 games left in the season, but start your coaching search now. And I don't think Ward really has an idea what he's doing. Anyways, I think he's collecting a check too and just, shaking hands and kissing babies with all the donors and boosters. So.
But how does your coaching search change right now if you make that change? I mean, if you're thinking about making that change after the season, it's not like you can contact a coach that is coaching for another team. They're not going to take your call right now.
No, but you can work through agents and back channel.
Back channel stuff that you can work.
Right.
Yeah, but you could do those anyway.
Fair. You could be already doing it, but now you risk it getting out.
At least you're putting yourself out there to let people know. And, granted, we're probably going to lose recruits and whatnot for it, but
of course.
Hey, who's to say that we still don't get better if, those back channel conversations are happening?
But the question is, are they happening? And we won't know because by definition, back channel is not surface level for everybody to listen in on. But I don't know. I don't know how to read into Ward's comments about I haven't even thought about it. And Juwan has our support and I want to support Juwan. Do I think back channeling is happening? I don't know because I don't know how much trust you have in Ward Manuel and the way some of the other non-football programs have started to turn. But we're focusing on basketball right now. They lost to Michigan State, 10-point loss, go green, go white chants echoing at Chrysler. Your thoughts, 97.1. Lot to get to in the 9 o'clock hour. Good morning. Thanks for being with us. We got an NBA All-Star piling on the Pistons. We have Tigers win projections from ESPN. And John Jansen getting a shout-out from a newly hired NFL coach. Lot to discuss this hour. Brought up Michigan basketball, Juwan Howard and his status. They lost to Michigan State, and you had these chants echoing at Chrysler. Should be sickening if you're a Michigan fan.
It does make the hair on the back of your neck stand up.
Because it sounded like a game at the Breslin Center. And you could say what you want about Michigan basketball. Even in down years, they tend to bow up and show up and at least give MSU a better fight than a scoreless 7-minute drought to close the game, lose by double digits.
Well, I mean, you look at it and you say, okay, well, tied at 63. You're like, okay, here we go.
Yeah, see what happens.
But then it is the typical what Michigan has been for the last couple of years. They don't find a way to finish anything.
I know. Closeouts out of the half. The defense has just been like Olay defense. Another big day for Malik Hall.
Well, and that's always the question is like, okay, if you play good enough to be in the game with 5 minutes left, 6 minutes left, whatever that number is, because it varies. But then all of a sudden, you stop. What happens at that moment where you can't continue to hang with the team? Even if you don't win, but you lose by a point. You didn't score with 7 minutes left to go in the game.
It seems impossible, but this is Michigan basketball under Juwan Howard. Let's get to Steve in Mount Clemens. Steve, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Congratulations for sitting at the big table now, my friend.
Feels good, thanks. Thank you.
Hey, listen, whatever we do here, I mean, let's not ever mention Harbaugh and Howard in the same breath, because it's not fair. Harbaugh started at the bottom when he coached. When I say the bottom, I mean he went to San Diego State and he worked his way up and he built winners wherever he went. He learned how to coach. He learned how to recruit. He learned how to get through the ups and downs. The fact that Juwan Howard has first time out of the gate has got a top 5 program in the country, a top 5 university in the world, is totally ridiculous. Okay, sitting on the bench and keeping stats for the Miami Heat doesn't justify this position. Since Beeline, who built that program into a powerhouse, Final Four appearances, Big Ten titles, 30-game winning seasons, and it is slowly, since Howard took over, it has slowly gotten worse and worse and worse. The only thing Juwan Howard has done is try to bully coaches, slap coaches, intimidate people, okay? And you're right, man, to go 7, John, they were winning that game in the second half by 5 points at one point.
Yeah.
And it slowly went downhill. He never called a timeout in a 4-minute stretch when they were losing. He is out of his league right now, and I doubt he could ever sell it in the living room of families and players who want to go to college and play big-time ball.
So, Steve, what happens? Does he get shown the door? Do you believe Ward has it in him to do it?
He's got to go. Listen, I don't know the man, but I can tell you, I think his experience has shown on the court, off the court, and this is a major program. You got to learn how to coach. You got to learn how to keep your composure.
Well, and Steve, and Michigan shouldn't be a place that you learn on the job. I think that's the bigger point.
Heck no.
You're right,
Heck
Steve.
No.
You're right. You're right, dude. I'm with you. And I appreciate the passion.
And the fact that he's, listen, Harbaugh, it took him a while, but his resume said he would be a winner at Michigan. His resume.
Right.
Whether you like him or not.
Correct. And he certainly had his detractors when they couldn't beat Ohio State, but it was never as bad as Michigan basketball currently is. Let's get to Heather with the news.
I got to wait for the music.
Oh, you have to.
I can't go without that. Listen to this. A house in Ann Arbor exploded this morning, sending debris flying all around the area. Ann Arbor fire officials are now trying to determine the cause of the explosion and then this massive fire that resulted that just rocked this house right around 6 a.m. They do say one person was either leaving or entering the home at the time of the explosion, did suffer non-life-threatening injuries, was taken to the hospital. And officials are saying, hey, it's super fortunate that more homes weren't impacted. Yeah. Pretty crazy photos if you check them out online. And hey, have you heard of this? There's this new anti-aging drug for dogs in the works because everybody wants their pup to live as long as they can. And this drug is called Loyal. It's the first of its kind anti-aging drug. It works to extend the life of dogs. Right now, it's looking at larger breed dogs over 14 pounds. It's already being used in clinical trials. It's being taken by senior dogs across the U.S. right now. And it sounds like it's pretty cool that it's just...
What is it? How does it work?
Okay, so it works by targeting a specific hormone that drives cell growth in dogs. And that cell accelerates aging and things like that. So it really is just like how it works exactly. Right. I can't tell you, but it impacts
that process down.
Yeah. Pretty cool if it works. I mean, I would give it to my dogs if it's going to help them live longer.
Depends on the cost, yeah.
Well, of course, but there's no price I wouldn't pay for my dogs, John.
I noticed you said dogs.
Yes.
Anything for cats?
This article is only about dogs, but I would imagine
it's always the dog people.
This comes to fruition and it becomes a thing that everyone can get their hands on. The next step probably would be for all of our little furry friends.
Okay. How about humans?
Well, there's all sorts of well, people will probably start taking this, right? Like if it works for a dog,
why not?
It'll work for me, right? Yeah. Hey, Post Malone is never going to forget Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes. This story is I get it. It's kind of cool. So during a new episode of their New Heights podcast, Travis and Jason were talking about Super Bowls from the past and the present. And they brought up the 2020 Super Bowl between the Chiefs and the 49ers. And they talked about after the game, right? They were celebrating and they were going to a Post Malone concert after like the victory parade, right? So they had a lot to drink and they challenged Post Malone to a beer pong tournament. And it got very, very competitive. And Kelce and Mahomes were just dominating, right? And it led to a bet that if Malone loses, he's going to get a tattoo of their signatures somewhere on his body.
If he loses the beer pong?
Yes.
Okay.
And which he did. Yeah. And apparently there happened to be a tattoo artist right there on hand.
Of course.
Well, I mean, when you know... Post is, or Malone, what do you call him? Posty, right? Like he's
Posty.
Right? Is that what you call him?
Posty.
Post Malone.
He's got a numerous amount of tattoos. He's not afraid of them. He's got them all over his face. So it sounds like he followed through and got their signatures. They signed a piece of paper right after they won, and he got them tattooed right then and there.
Where did he get them?
That I don't think we know. Say. Yes.
How would you even notice? I mean, he's so tatted up. I mean, it's a pretty low stakes bet for him, right?
For him, it is, but still, I mean, I'm sure he picks tattoos that are, of course, meaningful.
You would think so.
Yeah, you've got a limited amount of real estate.
Yeah. So how does that work? I had this one because of my relationship
with my,
and I got this one because I lost beer pong.
Exactly. Yeah. So if you have teenage daughters, which you do, John, you might have to go home and bust out your old phones. If you have them, because apparently old landline phones, with the cord, are now a thing that Gen Zers want to own. They
can own one, but then they're going to have to pay for their own service.
Because who
has the last time
landline?
anybody? I don't even know if there's. I mean, do
you have the phone jack somewhere?
Enough.
Yeah.
I don't think I do.
That's the thing. You have to have that equipped as well.
Right.
I think we still have them at our house and that we strategically cover them. We've gotten the plates that have nothing on them just to cover up where the phones goes. But apparently these Gen Zers, these teen girls are calling them cute and romantic. And they think that it reminds them of Sex in the City. And they like to twirl the cord. As they're chatting on the phone.
Be on the lookout, John.
So I have one.
Do you?
You might not remember. John, you remember those clear phones that you could see?
I know what those are.
Well, you're young, so maybe you just don't remember. But yeah, they're the clear that you can see.
Yeah,
I used to have one in my bedroom when I was a teenager. And that's how I chatted.
Do you still have it?
I do. Well, it's at my mom's house somewhere.
Go get it.
Sell it on eBay.
You can make some money, yeah.
No chance the Jansen girls will have one of those. No.
And that's Heather with the news. It's 97.1. Next 10 minutes, I'll give you those Tigers win projections for the upcoming season. I hope ESPN is wrong. Michigan basketball, been topic of conversation for us. Saturday night felt like rock bottom. Everybody knows they're bad. But when you lose to your rival and they take over your arena, when you lose because you can't score a basket in the last 7 minutes, because you can't stop turning the ball over, because you are generally a poorly coached team, because your head coach, the further he's here, the more embarrassing your program is, it feels like a fireable moment for Juwan Howard. In a season that has been full of them, I would fire him now, especially off the heels of Ward Manuel's comments where he's like, well, I haven't really thought about that. Show people that you're thinking, that you're paying attention, that you're an active athletic director for the second most important sport at the university revenue-wise. 248-539-9797. Bob, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, guys, thanks for taking my calls. And I agree with you. He should be gone now. There's no sense in delaying. The first couple of years after Bayline, he was successful with Bayline's talent, but in the past 3 years, it's been terrible. He's got 4 guys that left after the freshman year that are in the NBA now. They probably should have stuck around. He's got 3 or 4 guys. Got guys starting at USC that left him, a guy starting at Tulsa that left him, a guy starting at Kansas that could probably be the NCAA Player of the Year.
In Dickinson.
That left them. So guys they're bailing out on him. You know that. He has no set offense at all. He picked up 3 portal guys that aren't very good. But here's what's really scary. He's only got 1 freshman on the team. So what's it going to look like next year? He'll have to play all freshmen. And here's another strange thing. Yeah. Some guys that wanted to get into Michigan couldn't get in, supposedly.
Yeah, I know. Caleb Love was one of the big ones from the offseason.
Caleb Love, not just him, but Shannon
at Illinois. Yeah. No, Bob, I think you're right that those could have been difference makers for Michigan.
Real big difference makers, and like I say, maybe we can hire the guy from Holman from Ohio State that got fired.
Oh,
Christ, they beat Purdue last night with a coach who's never coached a game in his life. So figure it out, huh? I think he should be gone, and because you got to start looking at some of these coaches that are hanging out. The guy from Creighton, for example, the guy from Florida Atlantic.
I was just going to bring him up, Bob. He's got Midwest roots. What's his name? Dusty May, FAU's coach. I know they lost over the weekend, but they made a run last year, and they have been ranked for most of this year. He is an Indiana grad. He's coached in the state. He started his career as an Eastern Michigan assistant. Dusty May. Maybe you think you can do better, but these are the conversations you would be having if you knew there was a vacancy.
Well, those are the conversations that Dusty may have because he knew there was a vacancy. And maybe there's value in that. Those evaluations and those conversations should be happening behind the scenes now.
What I would say, too, to Bob's point, he's worried about the future, transfers and freshmen. College basketball is such a year-to-year sport. If you hire the right coach, you hit the portal, you get a couple dudes, you're competitive faster than you would believe. It doesn't have to be, we hire a guy, wait 3 years for him to develop his people. We've seen that in football, but I think basketball's that way on steroids. Let's get to Steve in Heartland. Steve, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I echo you guys' sentiments, and real quick, what I would do right now is fire Howard, get rid of the poison, so to speak. I mean, the guy had a chance. If Manuel doesn't have somebody else right now ready, put in an interim coach for the rest of the remaining lost season, and then if he wants to wait to the end of March Madness or these other coaches that are still like under contract, whatever, then he'd go out and find another one, because it's going to affect recruiting, NIL, portals down the road, and I see no value of keeping Howard at this time. 0.
Yeah, the rebuttal has been, what's there to gain? There's really nothing to lose by letting him go right now. And Ohio State beat Purdue in their first game since firing their coach. Is that a blip? Probably. I don't think the Buckeyes are now going to heat up and win the Big Ten tournament and go to the NCAA tournament, but it was a blip and it gave him a spark. All right, you want me to give you these ESPN MLB Tiger projections, John?
Yeah, I want to hear what they are.
Okay, you might not like them.
Oh, okay.
I didn't write these. I hope these aren't true. They break down the projected win totals for everybody in baseball. The Tigers came in 23rd, behind 2 teams in the AL Central. The Minnesota Twins at 88.9 wins, round up, call it 89 wins, are the number 1 team in the AL Central. Then the Cleveland Guardians are expected to win 81 games. The Tigers' projection is 77 wins, which would be 1 less than a year ago. They give them an 18% chance to make the playoffs, a 0.1 chance to win the whole thing. Says if they were to go, quote, all in, they could get up to 82 wins, 30% chance to make the playoffs. That's not so optimistic, John.
It is not as optimistic as I am. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say I believe in their number for a World Series title. What'd you say it was, 0.1%?
Yeah, 0.1%.
So you're saying there's a chance. Okay, there's always a chance. That's not realistic. And we're not trying to talk about things here in Detroit that aren't realistic. What I do believe is realistic, and some of it has to do with a Riley Green. Can he stay healthy? And when you look at the rest of this roster, they're young players. We heard from Scott Harris. There's going to be bumps in the road.
Yep.
Can the pitching staff, can they stem the tide in regards to being able to win some games when the bats go silent? Parker Meadows, does he pick up from the best of what we saw at the end of last year? Spencer Torkelson, is he a 40 home run guy? 31 last year, really started to play well at the end of the year, or at least in a better rhythm of swinging the bat. Riley Green, do you get anything at all out of your shortstop, Javi Baez? And then obviously Cole
Johnny's
Keith,
in great shape.
He retired last year.
No, the headlines are that Baez is in better shape. He worked on his back and his core, and
he was there early. Reported early and had some hitting lessons.
For people who can't tell, I'm being sarcastic, but continue.
Anyway, I think that this team, they were a 78-win team last year, and this is saying that they're a game worse. They're in that area of they could be a 75-win team. They could be an 85-win team. Do I think that they're better than they were last year? They're at least starting off healthy. And yes, I do believe that the bats, another year of experience, I do think they're going to be better. How much more does that mean? Can they catch the Twins? There's only a net of so many wins on a schedule.
Yeah.
And so where do they get divided up? I think that they could be in contention for the division.
Scott Harris said they didn't have enough at-bats available to add more. They were 28th in runs scored last season. I find it hard to believe that there weren't more at-bats available. However, the trade-off is one that means you're going to get younger guys in. That's part of the rationale, is you're going to put younger guys at the plate. Well, the reality with younger players is, look at Spencer Torkelson, it doesn't happen overnight. So while 77 wins feels low, the explanation is, well, they're not going for it. There will be hiccups, and they may have another slow start, which I know nobody wants to see. But, John, if they were, quote, all in, or if they wanted to maximize the division, they would have added one additional veteran bat besides Canna, or two additional veteran bats, and they would have said, hey, Colt Keith, you got to earn your spot. And when you play, you'll play only if you're hitting. But they have said we want to open up opportunities for our young players, which is an organizational philosophy that I understand. You need to develop your young players. That's the best way to build a long-term winner. But then you can't expect them to win a ton of games right away if that's the organizational philosophy.
No, I don't think anybody's expecting them to go to a 90-win team, 95 or 100 wins. That's lunacy. But can they be 3 games better? Which by 3 games better at 78 wins, you're looking at a 500 team. And I'm not going to sit here and say that that's better than 78. Obviously, the numbers say it is, but you're in the same category. But can they be 10 games better? If they're 10 games better, then you're looking at the possibility of winning the division.
Yep. But I think they are doing it on the backs of young players, which could be a risky proposition.
Sure.
So there you have it. 248-539-9797. Tigers projected 77 wins, 3rd place in the Central. Your reactions coming up next. Got a couple audio clips we got to play. One is an NBA All-Star piling on the Pistons, and the other one is an NFL coach who just got hired and gave John Jansen a shout-out. It's coming up next, 97.1. Quick ticket text. Why is Cookies wearing a bright pink hoodie? More importantly, why does he even own one? He probably has cats too. John, did you send this ticket text in?
I did not.
You can check the phone number. I can verify.
Oh, you can verify, yeah. But
and you can watch, by the way, Twitch, YouTube, we're live.
Yeah, you look, you do look pretty in pink.
I like the pink.
Of course you do.
I'm just saying on you. It looks fine on you.
I like it on you too. As long as it's on you.
I don't think he means it as
you
a
guys
compliment.
No, I don't. And yeah, you guys obviously had some text stream
you
going.
You didn't wear your outfit.
Yeah, I wore as close as I had. Red.
You don't have a pink hoodie to wear?
No, I do not own.
Can you picture
pink.
John in pink?
I'll buy him one.
But John, I bet you would look nice in pink. Like maybe not a full pink hoodie like Jim's wearing, but like a nice pink under, like if you were wearing a suit or something, like a
pink undershirt.
Whatever they're called,
yeah.
a collared
like a collared shirt. Yeah.
What size do you take? Because you're, as noted,
yes.
6'7".
Right.
We look like your children in the photo for the show. What size do I need to get you your pink hoodie in?
I'm a double X.
Okay.
Yeah, double X tall, if there's an option for tall. But no, I'm not going to. I don't want you to waste your money. I'm not wearing pink.
Okay.
It's not going to happen.
We promised some audio. Before we get to the coach that shouted out John Jansen over the weekend, here is an NBA All-Star piling on the Pistons because it's not bad enough. That is Tyrese Halliburton from Bleacher Report. Yeah, painful for us too.
Yeah,
Halliburton.
Yeah, especially since he's an all-star and we don't happen to have our pick.
What's
from
Killian
that year.
Hayes up to these days?
I don't know.
Okay, we'll just
he's working on that wired phone in his house.
Ah, there you go. All right, you had an NFL coach was introduced over the weekend. Miami Dolphins DC Anthony Weaver. He was asked about his favorite memory as a player, and he went all the way back to his college days where he shouted out John Jansen.
Yeah, some memories are better than others for some people.
You don't look back to that game where you lost fondly?
No, that would have been one of two. Starting 0-2 after winning a national championship. But yeah, I go back and listen to a lot of the opening or introductory press conferences.
You are such a sicko. It's great. You love football.
I do.
You're just watching random coach press conferences.
Sitting here waiting for the draft, waiting for training camp, waiting for the kickoff. But I was listening, and all of a sudden, he says my name. I'm like, wait a second here. I don't even remember him playing for Notre Dame. let alone,
lining up across from
him. So, yeah, it was a nice little addition to the weekend. Hey, kids, look.
Dad used to play ball.
Yeah, it wasn't nearly as cool as Michael Strahan using me as the player that he hated the most.
That's pretty great.
That one was way cooler.
We got to get you on Pyramid so that you can interact with Strahan. He hosts like a ton of shows, doesn't he? We got to get you on one of those.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
So you can go head to head.
Yeah. Gotta have to build my profile. That's why we brought you on.
Of course. Yeah, right.
You and your pink.
That's right. 248-539-9797. Why is John so scared of the color pink? Grow up, John.
I believe you wore pink on your opening day.
Another person says John could rock a long sleeve button down pink polo.
No.
I think you would look good in pink.
I appreciate that. I really do. It's just not going to happen.
Okay.
It's not my wheelhouse right now. I'm not saying guys can't change. We can. I've changed a lot.
Yeah, maybe it will happen.
Maybe. We'll break them down. We'll get you there.
I doubt it. I doubt it. But
okay. Things I learned today. I learned that I have serial killer tendencies.
Yeah.
I will be setting up my desk in the coming days, so I am not the guy with the barren, empty, creepy desk situation.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Get to work on that starting tomorrow.
Thought for sure on opening day you would have brought cookies, since that's your.
So it crossed my mind too late. It was the end of the day, and I go, I should have brought cookies in, but everything's closed.
I don't know. Meyer's open 24 hours.
Today's.
I think you're right, John.
I would have taken some Chips Ahoy, some Oreos.
Maybe you spent yesterday making some?
Yeah.
You thought I should have spent my Sunday fresh bacon cookies for everybody.
I don't know how else you spent your Sunday.
Okay. How about this?
There wasn't any football yesterday.
Aside from cleaning the litter box.
Yeah. Wearing pink, picking out your outfit.
This is what it's been for 4 hours. Appreciate it. Yeah. Tomorrow, when we get everybody back here, I'll bring some cookies in. How about that?
That works for me.
So Doug can partake. Doug's a big sweets guy, right? He'll really dive into those.
Now that we had to, actually request it, I don't know if it means the same.
I mean, it depends on the cookie,
feels
right?
like we're begging.
What he's going to bring by.
Yeah.
Get a kale cookie for Doug. And
yeah.
What is your preference? What is the top cookie for you?
I found a cookie that was made in a bakery in Royal Oak years ago, and it was a butterscotch oatmeal cookie.
The way you talk about it, I feel like it's stayed with you for your entirety of your life.
Kind of has. I mean, I don't know. I don't even.
Can you still taste it if you really think about it?
Yeah. In fact, I've made it before.
Yeah.
And
it's interesting you would bring that up, because my wife makes these oatmeal cookies, and she will change the candy that's in it. And obviously chocolate chips are the go-to.
Chocolate chips are typically a raisin in there,
Yeah, well, I'm not a raisin guy.
I get you.
But the chocolate chips are great. And so this past weekend, or a couple weeks ago, she put the butterscotch in there, and I was enamored with it.
When I made them, I like cookies to be chewy, not crunchy necessarily. There's a time and a place for the crunchy cookie, but I also like them bigger than normal too. So the thinner cookie, but chewy, and get some maybe a little underdone. I like that. I made them, and the recipe calls for vanilla to put in the vanilla. I just said, you know what? Forget the vanilla. I'm going to go with bourbon instead.
Oh, all in.
And it was a wetter cookie dough than I wanted it to be. However,
did you have doubts as you were going through the process?
I'm like, well, I ended up making some cookies, and the other one ended up being more like a cookie bake, like brownies type thing.
Yeah.
They were spectacular.
Really?
Really were. And it's been a long time since I've made them. Remember I was looking for in my house, I was looking for the mixer. I don't even know if I have a mixer anymore. Where the hell's a mixer? Got lost in the shuffle when I redid the kitchen. So, but that's the oatmeal butterscotch morsel cookie is my favorite.
What do you got coming up today?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of little things I guess we're going to hit on, which is it's just kind of strange. No Doug today, no Kang today. So we always rely on you, the listeners, to participate as well. But the All-Star Weekend, things that come out of it, obviously the game was trash.
It's just so bad.
It is so bad. And there are things they can do to make it better. There really are. And you hate to see this game that I grew up watching and really looking forward to when I was a kid, because it was great in the 80s. And I know everybody's tired of hearing, back in the 80s, everything was... But the All-Star Game was one of those things you could look at in the NBA when the 80s. It really was great. It was competitive.
Yep. Guys took it seriously.
Yeah, and then things, then the dunk contest took over into the 90s, and that was great. Vince Carter and all that, and Michael Jordan, everything was great. But now it's just all watered-down crap. And I mean, we feel like we're just waiting for, what we saw last night was the future of the game is going to be half-court shots. because that's what they were taking. Literally half-court shots. So we'll get into that a little bit. I want to talk to people about what's the priority now. There's no football. Pistons aren't very good. Red Wings are getting going here. We're before the trade deadline. You got the Tigers are at spring training this week.
Yeah. So baseball next weekend.
What's taking over here right now? And also locally, there is an institution that looks like it's going away, maybe moving, but it's going to leave from its current location. I saw a couple different stories about this over the weekend. But just kind of getting back to nostalgia of things that people don't want to see go away. And is this something that can still sustain today?
Got a big show planned. Gators next, 97.1.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today. No Doug, no King. We got Jake behind the glass. I haven't seen who else is with us today, but we're rocking and rolling, taking the calls and texts. Same number, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number if you'd like to comment either way. You want to follow us with the video stream? Please feel free to do that. You can follow us on the YouTube channel, search for 971 The Ticket, or you can go to twitch.tv and look for 971 The Ticket. I think it's twitch.tv/971 The Ticket, and you can watch the live stream of the show from our studios. A lot going on this over the weekend. A lot happening here at the station. Obviously, we got the new morning show going officially with Costa and Jansen. And Heather as well. Nice to hear them this morning. Had a great time Friday with Stoney's quote unquote retirement. Even though Stoney's gonna be back around here, doing a lot of fill-in stuff and still doing lots of stuff with the Lions and other features as well. Had a good time with that on Friday and going into the weekend. What wasn't so good was I did something to my left eye. I don't know, scratched it or something, but it was very irritated. And now I'm extraordinarily light sensitive with what's going on, and it's hard to see with the left eye. Also, getting over the cold from last week, the voice may not be 100%. But it's okay. I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm just giving people an update on what's going on. So when somebody says, hey, man, your voice sounds haggard, and I'll be like, it's okay. I feel fine. It's just I'm getting over that cold from last week. Hey, man, I'm watching you on a video stream, and your whole left eye is like a mess. Yes, I'm aware of this. Thank you very much for being observant. So get that out of the way. That's out of the way. And then we start to look at what happened over the weekend that was good, what happened over the weekend that was disappointing, and that leads us to Champ and Chump Mondays. Somebody had a great weekend, you give them a Champ vote. Somebody had a really crappy weekend, you give them a Chump vote. If you're upset with somebody for some reason, go ahead and chump them for that. And we'll take your Champ and Chump votes any way you want. You want to send it through a text or through the phones. Either way it works. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Number of ways we could start today, but we are going to start with the All-Star Weekend in the NBA. And I'm not the biggest NBA fan, but, with the Pistons having young talent, I've been more intrigued with this season, despite the fact that they're a horrible basketball team, than I have been in years. That's the only way I can explain it, is that they are holding my interest because I think they have a young core of players that at some point things should click and they should be a much better team. And now we're past the trade deadline. They've made a bunch of acquisitions. They've waived a bunch of players. And now we're seeing Grimes and Fontecchio and Fournier. These are guys that are left over from all the trades. How are they going to work in with this current group? How are we going to see this group with the core? And is it a core 4? Is it a core 5? What kind of a core group is it? And as we look at the Pistons, they only have 28 games left in the season anyway. So with the All-Star Weekend, when it comes around, it's very disappointing. It's disappointing on a number of levels. But number one here, locally, to me, why it's disappointing is that the Pistons don't have any All-Stars. Is that we're not even looking at the game to see our guy out there or guys out there. Sure, you could watch the Rising Stars game if you remember to, but I think a lot of people just kind of forget about it and they really focus on the three-point shooting competition and the dunk contest. And that's really about it. But I do ask the people this question. What is the best part of All-Star Weekend now? Because it used to be the dunk contest. Before that, actually, it used to be the game itself. I mentioned to the guys in the crosstalk. Back when Isaiah Thomas and Larry Bird and Magic Johnson and Michael Jordan, all those guys playing together in the 80s against each other, the games are really competitive. And they were a lot of fun to watch. And yeah, they were high scoring, but at least they played a modicum of defense. And more than just a modicum. They were contested. They were competitive. Then things kind of shifted into the 90s and maybe less so. And then since the 2000s, it feels like, no. Not since they put all the going to work Pistons on the court at the same time in the All-Star game in whatever it was, 2004, 2005. We just haven't seen it. Their defense is not even a part of it. But what is the best part of it now? Is it the Rising Stars game? You see all the young players getting a chance? Or is that just another version of the All-Star game that sucks? Is it the celebrity game? Anybody care about the celebrities that are out there playing? Is it the dunk contest? Is it the game itself? Is it the three-point shooting? Is it the skills competition? What was it about this weekend that had you tuning in? And also, what was it about this weekend that had you tuning out and saying, you know what? I came to watch this. It sucks. I'm out. Or did something that you saw over the weekend say, you know what? It's actually pretty cool. I liked what I saw there. And if you watch the dunk contest, I think there's a lot to kind of unpack with that. It's gotten stale. It's been stale for a while. But they're trying to find ways to get people more interested. And one of those ways is to have somebody who's just a dynamic dunker, like Mac McClung from the G League. He's played, I think, 3 games in the NBA this year, but he's a G League guy. And he's really good in the G League. He actually averages like 24 points a game, like 7 assists a game, shoots nearly 40% from three-point land. Last year, he shot like 47% from 3 points, but clearly doesn't have the whole rounded game to be playing in the NBA as a regular.
But as one of these guys they can spotlight and shed that spotlight on, he's a lot of fun to watch. He's a ton of fun to watch. The dunk competition with him has been pretty good the last couple of years. But I do have a beef with the dunk competition. I want to get your thoughts on it as well. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today on the Carson Anderson program. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsch Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you, taking your calls and texts. Same number, 248-539-9797. I'm looking at the Twitch feed. A lot of people responding to that. Hey, Matt, your whole left eye is a mess. Thanks. I appreciate that. Yes, I've a lot of things have been going wrong. Dan Campbell says if it's not Gators cold, it's his eye. If it's not his eye, it's his back. If it's not his back, I'm not going to say the rest of that because that's not fair. And I think I apologize for that enough. But yeah, this has been a rough start to the year for me, man. It really has been. Between everything that was mentioned there, add to that I had a giant tree come crashing into my backyard to start the year as well. That was fun, or a couple weeks into the new year. That was great. So filing insurance claims and things like that and trying to schedule the tree removal, that's a whole lot of fun. If anybody's had to go through that, which I imagine I'm certainly not the only one to have to do that this year. But yes, there's been a lot with that. From other people on Twitch, Kitech says, Rising Stars this season was terrible. When do they separate the rookies from the sophomores? That's a good question. I think the only exciting thing about the All-Star game was Steph versus Sabrina. Yeah, the three-point shooting competition between those two was actually pretty cool. I do agree with that. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's go back to the phones. We're talking about the All-Star weekend. Was there anything salvageable about it? Was there something you liked? Was there something you just couldn't stand? I mean, what was the reason that you turned it on, or what was the reason you turned it off? And what can make it better? How do you improve on it? What changes need to be made? And it's not like the NBA hasn't tried to change things. They do try to change it up. But the game itself has become flat out unwatchable. When you're trying to last night, I was giving it a chance, but it was literally 10 guys standing around a court. A rebound would come, they just throw it up. Nobody's moving. You know, you just occasionally you'd have maybe 30 seconds worth of hey, let's play defense. But it was, who could shoot the ball from further out. Dame Lillard's taking literal half-court shots from behind the half-court line, and knocking them down, which was impressive. And that's kind of cool. But when there's nobody contesting it, does it matter? I don't know. It just rubbed me the wrong way. And I got a beef with a slam dunk competition as well. Dan is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Dan.
Hi, Doug. Hey, I was looking at the box score of the All-Star game. Karl Anthony Towns, 50 points in 28 minutes. What the hell's going on? I am so out.
I did not hang up on Dan. Dan made his statement, and he was done. He was done because Karl Anthony Towns had a bunch of points, huh? Yep, 50 points in 28 minutes. He was 28 of 35 from the field in the game last night. 28 of 35. Only 4 of 13 from three-point land. Also had 8 rebounds during that time. Yeah, I mean, it gets ridiculous. Mickey Mouse numbers in it, right? Gilgeous-Alexander had 31 points in 28 minutes for the West. In the East, you had Damian Lillard with 39 points, 32 from Halliburton. The crowd was not happy that Halliburton didn't get the MVP. And then he had 36 off the bench from Jaylen Brown. Look, it was not an exciting game. Just wasn't. I mean, at some point, you're like, can they get to 200 points? And the answer was yes, unfortunately. 211 to 186 was the final. There were 71 three-pointers attempted by the West. And 97 from the Eastern Conference. By the way, the Eastern Conference won, if anybody cares. The East was 42 out of 97 from three-point land. I mean, if you gave up 97 shots in a game, that's an extraordinary number in a regular NBA game. But they gave up 97, or I should say they attempted 97 three-point shots in the game. But this is the NBA today. Half the shots the West took were from three-point land, 71 out of 143. I'm not sure what the math is, but I'm going to guess it's around 55-60% for the East, because 97 of the 146 shots. That seems extraordinary. And not in a good way. I don't think. Not in a good way at all. So how do you fix it? I mean, this used to be the jewel of the season for the NBA. You get the All-Star break, everyone wanted to sit back, watch the game, a competitive game. It's not that anymore. Why? Sit back, watch a dunk contest. Dunk contest used to be awesome. Yeah, and now it's not anymore. And primarily because there's only so much you can do with a dunk, right? Mac McClung was spectacular again over the weekend, like he was last year, but he kind of did some of the same dunks. They're great. When he jumped over Shaq, grabbed the ball, and did, I can't explain what he did. It was fantastic. But we've seen that. And then we've seen other players brought Shaq out to dunk over as well. How do you change it to make it interesting? And what's the future of this game going to look like anyway? I think in order to make this thing better, at least from the game standpoint, you're going to have to incentivize it. In a league that makes money hand over fist, in a league that has, stars in a league making north of $50 million, you wouldn't think you'd have to do that, but actually you do have to do that. You're going to have to incentivize it. How much? I don't know. But apparently the in-season tournament seemed to get some teams more interested in playing basketball because there was money at the end of it. So do you do that for this? Perhaps. I saw somebody, I forget who it was on Twitter. Somebody had this, and I apologize for not giving proper attribution, but it was not me. And I don't think it's a terribly original idea, but it's something that's cool. And I want to give the person credit if I can remember their name. But it's something I said about the NHL All-Star Game to get that, to jazz that up a little bit again, because they used to do it like this. But because the game of basketball has become so much more global, and because the United States no longer just roll out the team, win the world championships and come home, or win the Olympics and come home, because there's competition now, maybe that's what needs to happen. Maybe it's the USA versus the world when it comes to the NBA players. You get the international players versus the United States players. And you have it that way, because then you're going to start to get a little more pride on the line. Conference pride, I don't think that matters. But you get the nationality thing going, well, maybe, just maybe, it might be a little more interesting. Now, of course, not having any Pistons involved here locally, we're probably not caring a whole lot. I know I wasn't. And I did not tune into the Rising Stars game to watch Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren. Which begs the question, are we even going to see, who's the next All-Star going to be from the Pistons? And how soon or how long will we have to wait before we see a Piston All-Star? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Norman is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Norman.
Hey, how are you?
All right.
So the only way I could see fixing this NBA All-Star game is to do what MLB did, and East versus West, winner gets home court advantage in the NBA Finals.
Well, that would be interesting. And I remember how that was met with a lot of opposition in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
People didn't like it, but it did make the All-Star game a lot more intriguing. You're right about that. If the NBA were to do that, that would be... I'll tell you what, I think it'd be actually a pretty great idea in terms of what it does to the game, because it definitely would make the game more interesting. As far as the postseason concerns, I think somebody would really be pissed off about that.
Yeah, I tried to watch it last night, and it just seemed like an extension of a three-point shootout.
Yeah.
It was hard. It was really tough to watch. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, and thanks for the call, Norman. I don't blame you. I mean, like I said, there were 168 three-point shots attempted last night between the two teams. 168 out of 289 shots fired in the game. 168 of them were from the three-point line. That just doesn't interest me in the slightest anymore. And yet, you saw what's going to happen. Dame Lillard taking shots from 2 steps behind half court, knocking them down. But that's what it is. And it's an extension of, like you said, it's an extension of the 3-point contest. So I don't know. It doesn't interest me. I think they can get people back. Brought up the USA versus the world idea. Yeah, the previous caller mentioned, hey, do what baseball does. Tie it to postseason. Give home field advantage or home court advantage to the conference that wins. Now, if the idea is just to make the game better, that would do it. I think that would do it. But the idea that the conference that wins that game gets the home court advantage once you get to the actual playoffs, I don't know if that's going to fly. But maybe you need to shake things up to create the interest, because the interest clearly isn't there. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Your calls for Champ and Chump as well, all for my Champ and Chump, coming up in about 10 minutes here at 97.1, The Ticket. All right, I mentioned earlier that I didn't get to the actual meat of it, but that I was hinting at something that bothered me about the dunk contest. And it's not that things have gotten stale, and even though they kind of have, because like I said, there's only so much you can do dunking a basketball. There's only so many things you can jump over. It's only so high that you can jump. There's only so many revolutions you're able to do. And, aside from bringing a trampoline out there and turning it into something even more of a circus, there just isn't a whole lot left to do. But what bothered me about watching it was the way that it was judged. You had, 4 or 5 former players out there, a couple of, great former dunkers, including Doug's favorite, Dominique Wilkins. And I don't know what they were watching. I thought the commentators did a decent job of explaining why they thought one dunk was better than another. And trying to get back to the rules of it. You have like a minute and a half or 2 minutes or whatever it is to have a successful dunk worthy of being judged. And it seemed like the judges were penalizing players because if it took them 2 or 3 attempts to make the dunk, that they got graded down. Well, that shouldn't be it. They're setting the criteria. It's just get the one dunk in. As soon as you get one dunk, you get let's judge the one. Which was disappointing because there were some really spectacular dunks that you see get like 46s and 47s on, and others that look kind of basic get like 48s and 49s because they would hit it on the first attempt. Which sets up my other real issue with this whole thing. And maybe this is just me, the way I've always been when it comes to judging things or voting for things, when it comes to Hall of Fames and an inclusion of Heisman Trophy winners and things like that, is that I hold things to, I guess, different standards. In some respects, I think I'm very critical and harsh when it comes to these things. And maybe it changes depending on what it is I'm looking at. Because the criteria kind of changes for everything. I'm very stingy when it comes to letting, I think, players into various Hall of Fames. Because I think that it's just, there are too many that get inducted to the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame should be reserved for the elite. And whether it's the NBA Hall of Fame, the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame, the hockey or football, whatever it is, I don't know if that's the case. I think some sports do it better than others. And then you just have the stubborn voters anyway, like the National Baseball writers. I mean, for years it was a joke that they would never have anybody get in with 100% of the vote, even though they're an obvious first ballot Hall of Famer. Well, it was tradition. Not everybody can get voted in. So you'd see guys, they're clear first ballot Hall of Famers get like 92% of the vote, which is great. But I mean, come on. How are they not on everybody's ballot? How are they not on this person's ballot? So I've always been kind of tough when it comes to judging. But when it comes to judging like the dunk contest, I think you could still be fair with it. Set the standard and stay with that standard. But you don't need to set the standard so high to begin with and then allow people to beat it because the dunk wasn't all that great. Like if you vote a 40, you judge it a dunk to be a 48 on the first dunk you see. And it's not that great, but hey, he knocked it in the first try. There you go. And now that's a 48. You can't go much higher than that. You can only go 49 or 50. So if something's going to blow you away, you give it a 50, I guess, right? Not every dunk is a 50. Why not lower the bar a little bit? Set the standard and make it like, it's, it was good. It was good, but it's like a 46. And move up from there and move down from there if necessary. I don't think people will be upset that the number isn't, he got robbed. It should have been 47s and 48s. People get upset when they see a spectacular dunk and it doesn't get the credit it deserves because you've already set that standard at a ridiculous level. So guys were getting penalized because they didn't knock it on the first try. And then maybe you saw the same dunk by 2 guys and one gets scored higher than the other because you saw him do it first, even though the second guy may have done it better. I don't know. It's a pet peeve I have. Something I was watching the other night and I was getting very frustrated in watching it and thinking, guys deserve better than that. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. How would you improve the All-Star Weekend? I think the one I saw on Twitter that it said USA versus the world. I think that's a great idea. We had a caller say, make it like the Major League Baseball All-Star Game was, with home court advantage to the conference that wins when it comes to the NBA Finals. That would shake things up. I think that would make it much more competitive for sure, particularly for the players that are on those teams that think they're going to be playing in the NBA Finals. I think you're really going to see it incentivized if they do that. Tony is next up here, 97 The Ticket. Hey, Tony.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
Good. I have a somewhat solution. I'm not sure. It might be a little far-fetched if it'll work, and maybe the NBA Players Union wouldn't go for it, but I would say have the players that's participating in the All-Star game put in a certain amount of money, and the winner takes all. That might improve that All-Star game, because if each player is putting, say, $50,000 up, you don't want to lose your money.
No, you definitely don't want to lose your money. Maybe the NBA matches that.
Yeah, maybe. And the winner takes all, because think about it. If that was the case back in the Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, and Magic Johnson days, do you actually think they would be willing to walk off that court losing that money?
No.
They would be too competitive. Not at all. So I would say do something like that, because if you had it where the winner gets the home court, if I'm, say, a team and I'm representing the Orlando's or the Pistons, I probably wouldn't care, because my team probably not going to make the finals anyway.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I like the idea, Tony. Thanks for the call. I like the idea a lot. Players put their own money up, and they're betting on themselves to win, so to speak. Though you don't want to say it's gambling, but that's what it is, because you're incentivizing it. And then you have the NBA match that total, so they get their money back and they get something to win, or they just lose it. I think that would make it more competitive. I don't know if that would be something that flies with the Players Association, but hey, Tony said that. He's like, look, Players Association may not go for this, but this is what I would do. I like it. Champ and Chump. Each Monday we do Champ and Chump. Offer up your person that you think had a champ weekend or somebody that had a chump-worthy weekend. For me, I'll start with a champ. I'll look at Red Wing goaltender James Reimer. Over the weekend, gets the shutout 5-0. The Wings beat Calgary in a submission 5-0, but it was Reimer who gets the shutout in spot duty. 38 saves in the game for Reimer. That was great. And he's played limited action this year with the Red Wings, has not played much at all. In fact, for Reimer, that was just his 15th appearance on the season. But with that shutout, he's lowered his goals against average below 3, and he's raised his save percentage above 90. Both of those numbers better than Ville Husso, who was the Red Wings starting netminder at the beginning of the season. But because of injuries, he has taken a step back. Alex Lyon's emergence has really stepped things up for the Wings as well, and now he has emerged as the number one goaltender. But James Reimer with the 38 saves on Saturday against Calgary, nice job for James Reimer. He is my champ of the week. For the chump of the week, I'm going to go with Kenny Smith. And if you were watching the All-Star Weekend at three-point shooting, then they ended up getting to the competition one-on-one with Sabrina Ionescu taking on Steph Curry in a three-point shooting contest. And Kenny Smith was kind of dismissive of how close the competition really was. Sabrina got 26 points, and I believe Steph had 29 points. But it was dismissive of what she had accomplished because she was using a WNBA ball and shooting from WNBA 3. The WNBA ball is slightly smaller than the NBA ball, and the WNBA three-point line is in closer than what the NBA three-point shot is. And he's upset by that? I don't know if upset's the right word, but he was dismissive of what she accomplished because she was actually using what she uses when in a profession? I don't get it. I don't get why it came across as hate, actually, which I thought was weak. Maybe you're just saying it to try to be funny. I imagine there's a part of that, an element of that, but I didn't think it was that funny. I thought it was sexist. I thought it was stupid. The women are not as big as the men. This just in. So using a basketball that's made for men doesn't make sense to use it for the women. Thus, they have a different ball. Do you think Steph Curry would have an advantage if he shot the WNBA ball? Being a smaller one than what he's been used to shooting his whole life? He wouldn't have an advantage using her ball. He has the advantage shooting the bigger ball. And then he made some allusion to the about playing at the from the late what he called the ladies' tees in golf, because there's a reason that they shoot from the ladies' tees. Well, they're not ladies' tees anymore. We would call them forward tees, and they have all different types of tees you can choose from on various championship courses. But the fact is, women don't hit the golf ball as far as men do. So you don't need to play from the same distances. Now, as women become better and better and more accomplished at golf, and the equipment allows and the skill level allows for them to hit the ball further and further down the course, guess what? Those yardages are going to change. It's what happened in the PGA Tour. When Tiger started crushing the ball, they said, oh, let's move the tees back. When everything is done relatively. So I don't know. It rubbed me the wrong way with those comments. We can get into that later on in the show. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. More of your ideas to make the NBA All-Star Weekend even better. How do you incentivize the game? Because the game is the big dog. It's horrible. The game has changed so dramatically over the last 40 years. It's just, it's not watchable anymore. How do you make it watchable? We've had some great ideas. Love to debate them with you. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Coming up at 11:05, now the football's on hiatus. What sport takes over is your number one priority? We'll get to that at the top of the hour. More of your calls next here, plus some of your texts as well as we continue on 97.1 The Ticket. Get those Champ and Chump votes in. 248-539-9797. A couple of those. Chump, the NBA for the All-Star game not being competitive. Champ, Hideki Matsuyama for his amazing final round. That's from Nick. Genesis Open was really interesting final round there yesterday. Matsuyama just got off went onto a hot start and then continued it. I think shot a 62 in the event, missing the course record by a stroke. He had back-to-back approach shots that were, I believe, 6 inches and 8 inches from the cup. A couple of tap-in birdies. Absolutely amazing to watch him play, and then also sad to see Patrick Cantlay just drop all the way down. Champ, the Red Wings for winning 5-0 on Saturday. Chump, the weather for postponing the Daytona 500. That's Robbie at work. Yep, that's going to be run today at 4 o'clock. They have the Xfinity Series is going on at 11 o'clock, but the Daytona 500 coming up at 4 o'clock. We have a topic coming up out of that a little bit later in the show. Champ, Red Wings and the guy who threw the octopus in Calgary. The Chump is the entirety of basketball in the metro area. What a freaking embarrassment. Well, obviously Michigan's at the bottom of the Big Ten. That's no good. But Michigan State playing better, although not a typical Michigan State we're used to seeing. But now tied for third in the Big Ten. It's not terrible. Horizon League, you got the top and bottom of the Horizon League. The top, Oakland University. Golden Grizzlies are 13-4 in the conference. They are a half game ahead of Green Bay. At the bottom of the conference is UAD, unfortunately. 1-16 in the conference, 1-27 overall. Woof. That's horrific. As far as basketball in the area, it's not as good as we've seen, that's for sure. And, of course, the Pistons are beyond bad with just 8 wins on the season. I wonder who's going to end up with more wins this year. The Pistons or Michigan? Who ends up with more wins? Right now, the winning percentage is on Michigan's side. They both have 8 wins, I believe. Michigan doesn't have that many games left to redeem themselves, so maybe that's just a wasted question. But the Pistons have 28 games left, and they're not exactly playing winning basketball anyway. We'll see. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. The NBA All-Star Game can only be saved by incentivizing it, and that doesn't mean by paying the players. But it needs to be some sort of home court advantage in the NBA Finals for the winning conference. It's from Alan Dearborn. It's getting a lot of support. Home court advantage in the NBA Finals will definitely make it more competitive. I only tuned into the All-Star Game because the Daytona 500 got postponed. Matt in the truck. Watched the players' intros and opening tip-off, and then midway through the first quarter, I completely lost interest and stopped watching. RK working from home. Let's get back to the phones, and we go to Mel, who's in Detroit. You're next up here, 97 The Ticket. Hey, Mel.
Yes. A caller said, I know everybody says whichever conference wins, get home court, and somebody called in and said, well, you might have a player that's not on a good team, and he might not care. And I got an easy solution for that. The fans vote the starters, right?
Yep.
So that means the coaches will have to select the reserves. It will be a lot more thought in the reserves, and the coaches will probably select players from teams that's already going to be in the playoffs. So they'll have something to lose. I think that's the only way you can solve it. And I think players, like you might have the Lakers who want to be an 8 seed or in the playoff play-in game, they probably feel like if we can sneak in the playoffs, get hot, get to the finals, we'll have home court advantage. That's the only way I can see you saving it. Because if people stop traveling to these cities for the All-Star weekend, I think they'll probably eventually cancel it. That's the only thing that's keeping it alive, because people still travel to certain cities for that weekend.
Well, and they had it in the football stadium, right? Didn't they play that game in the football stadium in Indy last night?
No, I think they played the actual game at the Pacers.
Oh, it was a game?
But they had Saturday night, they played it at the football stadium.
Yeah.
But, they had the events there.
Right. Okay, thanks, Mel. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a way to do it, to let the coach picks the reserves, and maybe he just decides to go with more of his own team. who coaches the All-Star game, and we need to change it all up, right? No more of the drafting and everything else, right? Just get back to, they kind of have done this a little bit. East versus West. Coach of the team that's in first place by a certain date, you're the one that gets to coach the team. If you give the incentive of home court advantage throughout the playoffs, if you win the All-Star game, it would make it a ton more competitive. There's no question about that. And you can worry about people crying about how unfair it is when you get to the NBA Finals if it actually affects it. It may just go that way anyway. But at least you'd have a competitive NBA All-Star game. Ken is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Ken.
Hey, I was calling to comment about the Kenny Smith, Sabrina Ionescu thing. You gave him a Chump designation. I think you kind of got it wrong, though.
Okay.
Because I think he was saying that she should have been able to shoot from the women's three instead of the, from the WNBA three instead of the NBA three to make it more fair. I think that's what he was saying.
I thought he was saying the other way around, because wasn't she? I actually saw the comments when they happened live. I didn't watch the competition. I saw the last few shots that Stefan knocked down. I thought she was shooting from WNBA range with the WNBA ball.
She was shooting. No, they were shooting from the same distance. And then he asked, what was she? And then he asked what ball she was shooting with. And I think they said she was shooting with the WNBA ball, but they were shooting from NBA 3. And he said she should have been able to shoot from the WNBA 3, since the women in golf shoot. He said they shoot from a different tee for a reason. So she should have been able to shoot from her three-point line as well. So I think you kind of owe Kenny an apology.
I might, if that's the case, then I do apologize, Ken. And thanks for the call. If that's true, then I do apologize, but that's not how I took it. I'll have to go back and see how it was originally meant, but it sounded like he was dogging her out pretty good. For not being the true level playing. Well, it's not even a level playing field. It's just using the same parameters, same basketball, same distance. Go ahead and have your shooting contest and see who the best is. Well, Steph Curry's the best, but she was damn competitive. So what? So she used the WNBA ball. So what? But if she was shooting from the same distance, I think that's pretty impressive. 248-539-9797. Bruce is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Bruce.
Good afternoon. I got Champ is the United States. It's a little bit different take instead of the standard, what we normally talk about, the four big sports. The U.S. cross-country ski team this weekend was in Minneapolis for the first time in 20 years on U.S. soil, and a guy named Gus Schoonmaker got his first career World Cup win in the distance race, which was 10K. First time a U.S. guy's done that in 41 years, and that was in 1983 in Sarajevo. And then on the female side is Jessie Diggins, who's just a beast and continues to tear up the World Cup circuit and is in line for winning her second World Cup championship and being the overall winner. She got third this past weekend, too. The chump is Ward Manuel. I just think he's let too many coaches go and let the programs just fall into kind of a ill repair overall. With the basketball, didn't do enough to maintain John Beilein. Baseball, we had just an amazing coach, and now look at us. Same thing with the hockey program. I can't say with the football program because you got a championship there, but there's under the
right. There's a lot that happened under Jim Harbaugh. Yeah, exactly. I understand what you're saying, Bruce, and thanks for the call. It's actually one of the things I had on my sheet today was talking to Michigan fans about Ward Manuel and where they stand with Ward, because in the last couple of weeks you've really, look, Michigan's basketball program has just had a horrible season. A horrible season. But the last couple of weeks it hasn't gotten any better. And within those 2 weeks, you lost Jim Harbaugh. You had the the big celebration of the national championship team, and it seemed like everybody was waiting for you to sign Jim Harbaugh to that contract, and it didn't happen. And maybe I'm sure there are reasons behind the scenes, beyond money, of what made sense. And maybe it was U of M putting their foot down and saying enough is enough with the Jim Harbaugh mess. We don't want any more of that. And actually, that I could commend Ord Manuel for. But there's so many other things that that have happened under his watch that have been swept under the rug. That, I mean, I think it would give anybody reason to be upset or say that he should be on the hot seat. And maybe it's the Juwan Howard situation with the Michigan Hoops team that would put it over the top for people. But people are more inclined to be upset with Juwan Howard right now than they are Ord Manuel. But we'll see. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. All right, football's on hiatus. What sport takes over the number one priority with you? We'll talk about it next. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Spring training is officially here for the Detroit Tigers. Their full team gathering in Lakeland and prepped for today's first workout. They got going an hour ago, so competitions for opening day spots have officially begun. A 20th anniversary celebration scheduled for March 17th to celebrate the 04 Pistons championship. Former players from the squad will be there at LCA as they take on the Heat on that Sunday. After putting up 30-plus points in last night's NBA All-Star game, Pacers star Tyrese Halliburton calling out the Pistons for their decision to pass on him back in 2020, telling Bleacher Report that he takes their snub the most personally out of the teams that didn't take him that year. He says they knew they needed a point guard and was shocked when his agent told him they went with Killian Hayes at number 7 instead. Halliburton fell to the Kings at number 12. And the Red Wings play this afternoon in Seattle, a 3:30 holiday matinee against the Kraken to wrap up the road trip, which can bring them to 500 with the victory on the road trip. After a James Reimer shutout on Saturday, Newsy said they're going back to Alex Lyon for today's matchup, saying that it was a nice reset for him after his recent struggles. 97-1 the ticket right here. We'll have the pregame at 3:15. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
So during the break, I spent the time looking up the exact exchange with Kenny Smith. And I want to walk back something because the caller brought it up to my attention and I had it mixed up a little bit. And I do believe I should remove him from full Chump consideration, but perhaps still there some partial Chump worthy. What Kenny Smith said following the 3-point contest between Steph Curry and Sabrina Ionescu, he said she should have shot from the women's line. That would have been a fair contest. And then Reggie Miller immediately said, why are you putting those boundaries on her? She wanted to shoot from there. Smith said, well, she should have shot from the line. There's a women's tee in golf, and there's a men's tee for a reason. So she was shooting from the NBA 3-point line. And she knocked down 26 points worth of shots. Which, by the way, that would have tied Damian Lillard, who won the 3-point shooting contest. Because Steph wasn't in it. Steph was doing the one-on-one thing. So that would have tied with Damian Lillard, who won the 3-point shooting contest. So with her making the decision to shoot from where the big boys shoot, she was outstanding and deserves even more credit. But should Kenny be skewered for what he had to say? He shouldn't be skewered for that. Because had she shot from the WNBA 3-point line, does she knock down more? Maybe. I don't watch enough WNBA action to know if when she typically launches the 3-point shot that it's, from the men's distance. I don't know. But her decision, and she competed just fine with 26 points worth. So I'll walk it back a little bit. I apologize, and thanks to the caller for pointing it out to me. I don't want to look completely stupid with that. 248-539-9797, and we start with Steve. Welcome, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Steve.
Gator?
Steve?
Hey, Gator. Hey, first time, long time. Love you, man.
Thank you.
This whole thing with Kenny Smith, I don't think you need to apologize one bit. I think you're being sexist. I think she did awesome. She's the one that decided she wanted to shoot from the NBA 3-point line. Good for her. She didn't want to have an advantage. And I feel she might win that contest 6 out of 10 times. So, she did awesome. I don't think she should be disparaged one bit.
Yeah, I don't know if she'd win 6 out of 10 against Steph Curry. I don't think that would be the case. As it shakes out, though, her total was good enough to be tied with Damian Lillard, which was amazing because he ended up winning the thing.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks for the call, Steve. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's just interesting how it works out. You always want to see what's the real difference with, how far of a difference is there between men and women when they compete in the same sport. From a pure shooting standpoint, Sabrina Ionescu showed that she can compete. Now, actually on a court, on a game with, men and women, it might be a lot different. But when you just get down to a skill, she's got that skill. And it was impressive. It was very impressive. But I feel like the 3-point shooting contest in the NBA for All-Star Weekend, that I think is that's the premium event now. That's what people care about. Things really haven't changed so much since the 3-point line was instituted. Maybe I guess the distance has changed a little bit. But from the competition, it's been the same thing. Knock down the shots from a number of different racks, and then now you have the added your money rack or whatever. All the basketballs you're shooting from are worth double. I guess your point total is going to be different, but knocking down the shots, it's still the same concept, and I think it's cool. But I think as we discussed it for the last hour, I think it would be really interesting if the NBA were to incentivize the All-Star game by putting the premium on the winner. The winning conference gets home court advantage in the NBA Finals. Is it fair? It's no more, fair than when baseball does it with the All-Star game. But it's intriguing, and you do see people caring more. You do see a competitive level. And I think if you had a close game with 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, you're going to see a tight basketball game with amazing basketball being played. And that's really what people want to see. But unfortunately, that's not where it's at right now. We'll see what changes Adam Silver makes in the future, if any at all. But I know that he was concerned about this being worse than last year, and it may have been worse than last year. Okay, so 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text us as well if you would like to do that. We have some more texts coming in on the NBA All-Star Weekend. Lions dead cap was around $20 million. It seemed like the Lions will have to reduce this to get money to extending players. Look, cap space in the NFL, you can grab it out of thin air, add to it. The way the contracts are written, they're all written to be rewritten. Don't worry about cap space. They'll have plenty of cap space to sign their own guys. They'll have plenty of cap space left over to sign a couple of free agents. It may not be the big-time free agents you want. You may not see the Brian Burns $22 million contract coming in. But you'll see guys that will make this team better moving forward. And I think the Lions are in a great position to improve the roster in the offseason. So I would expect them to be a better football team next year. Hopefully that they keep the guys healthy as possible. And I think that's one of the big reasons why they were able to have that run all the way to the NFC Championship game. They kept the quarterback upright. You do that, you got a shot. Jared Goff's one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the National Football League. Probably more like a top 8 quarterback. And he's likely to get paid significantly in the offseason. Champ, MSU basketball, for appearing to wake up in the last couple of weeks. Chump, everyone on the back nine of the Genesis Invitational. Everyone choked except for Matsuyama. That's pretty accurate. To make the NBA All-Star Game better, give points for steals, blocks, and 24 shot clock violations. And take away for turnovers. Give 3 points for dunks. Have a constant running total. That's from Dan in Dearborn. It's a lot going on there, Dan. A lot to keep track of. I'm sure I'm not the only one texting in, Gator, you're backwards with Kenny Smith. I got it. Yeah, I thought I've reiterated that and recanted on that, and I do apologize. Football is never over, Gator. Combine, draft, Madden, NCAA, NHL playoffs till the summer. This is true, and this is where we're at right now. With football on hiatus, basically, right now, you've got a couple weeks before free agency kicks in, before the combine starts. More and more mock drafts are coming in by the day, of course, but football is kind of on the back burner right now, or certainly not on the front burner. What's the sport that takes over for you right now as your number one priority? Is it the Red Wings and the run they've got? March 8th is the trade deadline. Only 28 games left in the season. Red Wings right now have that second wild card spot, but it's by a thin line. Only 2 points above New Jersey right now. No games in hand. But they're also only 4 points behind Toronto for third spot in the division. Is it the NBA? not likely, but there's only 28 games left for the Pistons. There are some things to look for with the remainder of the Pistons season when they start back up later this week, and that is, can you get Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey to coexist in the backcourt together or on the court together, period? Or at the end of the season, you're going to realize that you're going to have to move one or the other. Is it college basketball you're looking forward to? Does that take the pole position? What is it for you? March Madness bracketology? Is it spring training that really starts today with the whole team assembled in Lakeland? Games coming up later this weekend? What is it for you that takes top priority in the world of sports now that football is no longer on that front burner? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. All right, well, I have just a very bit of brief Lions news coming up in about 10 minutes. It's nothing major. Just something to know as the season continues. The offseason continues, getting ready for free agency, which is something we're very much looking forward to here with the Lions. But, the Super Bowl's been over and done with now for a week. Free agency doesn't begin for a while here. Combine doesn't start for a while. So the football's, on the back burner now. What takes over the front burner in the world of sports? The Wings in the NHL? Is it the NBA with the Pistons? Not likely. Is it spring training with baseball? Is it college hoops and bracketology? March Madness, all that? What is it for you that is taking over? Or is it just a day-by-day thing? Hey, today at 4 o'clock, the Daytona 500. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Back to the phones we go. And Tommy is in Troy. You're next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Tommy.
Hey, Gator. What's up, my man?
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, right now. Oh, excellent. Thanks. Right now, it's definitely the Wings. It's like it always has been. They're right there. They're in the playoff hunt. It's like they just got to. What kind of irks me is why this coach. We just had Reimer just shut out Calgary, our goalie, and he's not going to play him. He's playing the other guy. I don't understand that. Why not kind of ride a hot goaltender? That's what you do in hockey. You
right,
know what I mean?
and Alex Lyon has been the hot goaltender. It was a nice start for Reimer, no doubt, on Saturday, but it's the first start he's had in a while, and I don't have any problem with Alex Lyon playing. I think that Reimer he's that complementary piece to the goaltending unit. He's not the number one guy. He had a great game against Calgary.
Yeah. So why not maybe give him one more try?
Because Lyon has been the guy. He's been a big part of this turnaround. And I think just because he's the number one guy, I wouldn't be terribly upset by it, Tommy. I understand your point, rewarding Reimer, but they'll have plenty of time, for him to play. Played more games this week. So we'll see how they handle it, though. I understand what you're saying. Look, the guy was outstanding.
Hockey is, Gator, hockey is so funny. It's like you switch, you kind of going back and forth between goalies. Hockey is the one sport where it's like you almost got to stick with one guy. I don't know. It's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, and thanks for the call, Tommy. When it comes to with goaltending, what they're trying to do is, figure out they need to know how much they can trust Alex Lyon as well. We're just a few weeks away from removed from when New Zealand Alone was on with the morning show. And he was talking about the very thing. He's like, he's not sure how sustainable it is because Alex Lyon has not had a long track record in the NHL of being the guy. This is the first year he's the guy. He's made more starts this season than he's ever made in his NHL career leading up to this point. He's talented, but we don't know how talented because he's already in his early 30s, but now he's getting a shot. He's running with it. And they're going to see how far he can run with it. But the Red Wings have 8 games until the trade deadline. There are a lot of things they need to figure out before the deadline. First is where they stand when the deadline comes and goes in terms of the standings. Can they put some distance between themselves and the teams that are chasing them in the wild card spot? Can they put more heat on Toronto and claim that third spot in the division? You're not likely to catch the top 2 teams in the division. They're far and away better. However, you can catch Toronto and make things more comfortable. If you can do that, then you have to find out, okay, do we need to add to this team? Do they need to go and add somebody on the blue line? Or is it finding an all-around winger forward to play on this team? Or is it obvious that you're going to need more help from a veteran goaltender? Husso's been banged up. Lions played really well, but again, you're not sure how sustainable it is. Reimer's done a nice job in a pinch, but his numbers have increased dramatically because of the 38 shot shutout on Saturday. Will they need to go and find another goaltender? These are questions absolutely they have to be answered. Champ and Chump votes come again. Champ, MSU basketball, Chump, Juwan Howard, and Michigan basketball team. That's from Trevor and Davison. Champ, Lucas Raymond, because he's upped his game. Chump, Cheryl Swoops, and anyone else who dismisses Caitlin Clark's record. Ridiculous. That's from Fred in Marysville. As far as Lucas Raymond is concerned, he's had a really nice season. 44 points in 54 games, including 29 assists. He's really stepped it up for the Red Wings, which is good to see. Tony from Northville, champ of the week is Austin Matthews, back-to-back hat tricks and the league-leading 48th goal. Chump of the week, the entire NBA. All right. Best thing about the All-Star game was Oscar Robertson, who looked great at 85 years old. Worst thing would have been Oscar's opinion about the game. I know he disliked what he saw. Yeah, Oscar Robertson, for the young people out there, the younger generation out there, and I'd like to include myself in that even though I'm not, I never saw Oscar Robertson play. But growing up, being a huge sports fan growing up, I always liked to do my own research or used to, learn the history of the game and see the previous generation how great they were or what was great about it. So I grew up looking at stats constantly from baseball and football and then even a little bit of basketball. And when you find out that Oscar Robertson averaged a triple-double one season, I think actually multiple years, that's amazing. He did that in the 60s. The Big O from Cincinnati. Hockey takes over as the priority sport. The Wings are the only local team making a push for the playoffs, and it's their first push in nearly 10 years. Aaron in Kalamazoo. Champ Malik Hall for finally coming along. Chump Gus Johnson ending a Michigan loss with, quote, "Who's got it better than us?" and drooling over an incompetent athletic director. Your words, not mine, but I'll be happy to read them. Yeah, I thought what Gus said at the end of that broadcast was nauseating. Not just being a Spartan, but to say that after Michigan got beat at home, where a huge portion of that crowd was wearing green and white and chanting green and white. I don't know why you say that. There's no point in that. So it is what it is. 248-539-9797. Paul is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Paul.
Gator, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Hey, so, the last guy brought up the goalies. Okay, I found it ironic. He said he wants to play Reimer, but he said the funny thing in hockey is that when you don't change up the goalies, you literally just came off a stretch where the Wings were 10-2-2 with Lyon playing the vast majority of the games. So he plays a bad game, and I wouldn't even say a bad game. It was 3-3 after two periods that he had to come in relief of Husso, who got injured, against Edmonton. And they scored 5 in the third, and then all of a sudden he's not, because Reimer had one good game, all of a sudden now we're switching up the goalies. I don't buy that.
Well, it wasn't just that. It was the Vancouver game he started as well. When they lost 4-1 at Vancouver too. So it wasn't just the Edmonton finish, which again, I'm kind of with you. I don't blame him for that. He comes in cold, has to play that game. You run into Edmonton, who is the hottest team in hockey. And then you play a really good Vancouver team, lose 4-1.
Right. And he just beat Vancouver 5 days earlier.
Yes.
So, you know what I'm saying? So it's like he's had really one game that you could question how he played, right? And really you're questioning the third period because it was 3-3 after two. He made the comment that you don't switch up goalies, yet the guy he wants to go to just played one game. I don't agree with that under any stretch.
Yeah.
Now,
well, I mean, what he wants to do is just continue with the hot hand and because he doesn't believe in Alex Lyon. It doesn't look at the bigger picture with him?
I could understand that if they did it, right? Because I heard you say it to him. I get where you're coming from, but it's if Lalonde plays Lyon, is that considered some out of the box or terrible move? He's playing his number one goalie,
right?
Right?
No, I agree. I hear you. I'm just bringing up his point is that the guy comes off a 38 save performance. It's not like it's back-to-back games and back-to-back days, I should say. Why not give him another start after a shutout? But I'm with you. I'm with you on this, Paul. He's the number one goalie. Alex Lyon is. This is why he gets to play. And they need to learn more about Alex Lyon than they need to learn about James Reimer.
Correct. And you know what? Thrilling that Reimer right now had that game, because you are going to need a backup. Of the games they've got left, they've got at least, I think it's 4 back-to-backs, which means you're going to need him at least 4 times minimum, and you certainly want him playing well, without a doubt.
Thanks for the call, Paul. What I really hope is that the goaltending is solid for the next 8 games so they don't have to go out and trade for one. That's what I hope. I don't want to see him messing around and trying to add to the goaltending. In fact, what I want to see is promoting from within. I want to see Simon Edvinsson be brought up from Grand Rapids and make this team and add to the blue line. Maybe see less of some other players that are currently on the team on the blue line, and specifically, I'll say it. Maybe Jeff Petrie needs to sit back a little bit. I'd rather see Simon Edvinsson get his chance, because Simon Edvinsson is part of the future. But Steve Yzerman has done a pretty good job of bringing up the guys when he thinks they're ready, whether it's over-ripening or whatever people want to say. It's about consistency, really. But Edvinsson's had a heck of a season so far at Grand Rapids. I hope he gets a chance here before the trade deadline so that the Red Wings can figure out if they need to add to the blue line or not, rather than just adding from within. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. With football on the back burner, what sport takes over as your number one priority? And also, I mentioned we got a little bit of Lions news. I'd say very little bit of Lions news here, but something I do want to bring up. We'll talk about it next year on 97.1, The Ticket. So the Daytona 500 is going to start up at 4 o'clock today. It got rained out yesterday. Just too much of a deluge yesterday in Florida to have them run the race. What, no wipers? No good? No traction? You don't want to go 200 miles an hour in the rain? No, you don't. No, you don't. We got a question about the Daytona 500 and what it symbolizes. But I did want to mention this. Dave Burkett of the Free Press, who covers the Lions brilliantly, has an article today about the Lions not really expected to apply the franchise tag to anybody this year. Teams can start tagging players as early as tomorrow, and that runs through March 5th. So you got like a 2-week window to get that done if you want to. Lions aren't expected to. They only have They have 20 unrestricted free agents, but really only a couple of guys that are starters that would be, I didn't even say considered because they're not considered. But the two guards, Graham Glasgow and Jonah Jackson, are the two starters are among the free agents. Neither of them franchise tag worthy, particularly when you look at offensive linemen. The franchise tag is $21.7 million. According to overthecap.com. This is from Dave's article. So not likely. Graham Glasgow last year played on a 1-year deal for $2.75 million. Jonah Jackson finished out his 4-year rookie contract with a base salary of $2.9 million. Just under $3 million. Lions would, I think, like to bring them both back, but apparently have told Graham Glasgow that they would like to bring him back, and both players have said to the Lions that they want to be back. But you're not just going to give yourself away. If you're Jonah Jackson, you're entering an opportunity here to make big money. You're not just going to come here for nothing. You're going to get a legitimate contract. Now, I don't know if the Lions going to offer that to him or not, or if he's going to be one of these guys that just let walk. So that's the little bit of Lions news, is that they're not going to use a franchise tag. But what will be interesting is to see what happens in the offseason here with extending contracts as players are going into their 4th year. Players like Aleem McNeil, Amon-Ra St. Brown, these are two guys that could get extensions. Penei Sewell is going to year 4, but he's a first-round pick, so he's got the 5th-year option the Lions can pick up, which I assume they would. They don't have to start the clock on him just yet to accelerate his pay. But the other guys are going to have to give extensions, you would imagine. And then you think about players that it could be tagged in the NFL, positions of need for the Lions. If you would think about it, you want these guys to hit the free agent market, and of course you do. Because the more free agents are in the market, the lower the cost is if you're patient and wait a little bit. But you got the two guys from the Chiefs, Chris Jones, the great defensive tackle, who apparently wants to go back to Kansas City. Why wouldn't you? In the midst of a dynasty there. Unless you're like Doug and you don't think that Kansas City is a dynasty just yet. They also have L'Jarius Sneed, the corner. Look at Jalen Johnson, a corner from the Bears. And then Burkett also brings up Brian Burns from Carolina, along with Josh Allen of Jacksonville. These are two defensive ends or edge rushers. Josh Allen's outstanding. But I have a hard time thinking that Jacksonville's not going to get something done there. And there are some other players available as well. The Lions haven't used the franchise tag since they used it on Ziggy Ansah back in 2018. So we'll see what the Lions decide to do, if anything there. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. All right, so talk about the Daytona 500. I'm not a big racing fan. I have watched on occasion. I'll tune in, and when the pandemic hit and all we had was racing, I was starting to get into it a little bit. But the Daytona 500, what always surprises me about this event is it's the sports Super Bowl, and yet it starts the season. Usually you build up to a crescendo and have the payoff at the end of the year. That's not the case. In NASCAR, it's about right here and right now. The beginning of the season is the Daytona 500. And I was wondering, should other sports consider putting on some sort of signature event to start their seasons. We've talked about the NBA All-Star Game and how awful it is. You get a break in the middle of the season. I understand why there's a break in the middle of the season, but the game is nowhere near what it used to be. The contests are not as good as they used to be. Understanding all that. So how would you make it more interesting? The NBA this year they instituted the in-season tournament. And I'm not sure if that was anything special, but they incentivized it and teams wanted to win. So that was better, I guess, for that. But it's in season. It's not beginning of the season. The NHL, they just had their All-Star break a couple weeks ago. But there's what do you do to try to spice things up? Well, what I do remember years ago, the Canada Cup series that they had took place at the end of the summer and into training camp, I believe. And that was having, this amazing international tournament. Canada, the U.S., Sweden, Russia, all these great nations with the teams they're putting together. And it was an amazing tournament to watch. Just these all-star teams of nations. And it was competitive. It was a hell of a lot of fun to watch. And it kind of happened before the season. Would that spice things up for the NHL? I don't know if the NHL needs to spice a whole lot, but in looking at what NASCAR does with the Daytona 500, their Super Bowl event is the beginning. You're not going to play the Stanley Cup. You got to build up to it during the season, of course. In baseball, we've seen in spring training the World Baseball Classic take place. That's awesome. Same type of flavor, playing for your nation. You have this 3 or 4 week tournament that takes place during spring training. That's pretty cool. I like that kicking off the season. But is there anything else that should happen? Like, should the World Baseball Classic be an every year thing? Should we bring the Canada Cup Series back? Or just have the World Championships played instead of having the World Championships played, and I think they're played in May or June. Instead of that, play them before the NHL season begins? What are ways or should sports even consider this? Is this just an anomaly? That it's a one and done thing. With NASCAR, this is their deal. It's cool for them. It doesn't work for other sports. If that's the opinion, that's fine. Offer that up too. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Can other sports learn from NASCAR and have some kind of signature event at the beginning of the season or right before the beginning of the season? Or are they fine the way they are? We'll discuss with you next year on 97.1 The Ticket. don't know if anybody watched the Stadium Series hockey over the weekend. It's pretty cool. You had the Flyers and Devils playing at the Navy Federal Credit Union Stadium Series game played in New Jersey over at the big football stadium where the Jets and Giants play. Devils doubled the Flyers 6-3 in that game. When Philadelphia came off the bus, all the players were dressed like Rocky Balboa, fictitious fighter from Philly, the Southpaw from Philly. They all came out with their hands taped up like fighters, wearing the plain gray sweatshirt with the hoodie. It was pretty cool. 70,000 fans, more than 70,000 fans saw the Devils and the Flyers in that game. And then that followed up with a Sunday afternoon game with the Rangers and Islanders that saw nearly 80,000 fans pack the stadium. And the Rangers won it in overtime 6-5, a minute into overtime. I'm sorry, not a minute, 10 seconds into overtime. Panarin scored on a goal that had to be reviewed about 10 times before you figured out, yeah, that's a goal, because the net was knocked off the moorings. It was fantastic. I love the Stadium Series when it makes sense. To play outside, the temperature's right, it's great. A lot of factors go into that. You worry about the wind. Is it too cold? Is it too warm? Is the ice surface going to be good? It seemed to work out just fine in New York over the weekend, and that was great to see. Of course, we've seen it here in Detroit. The snow falling down while you're playing looks fantastic if you can, frame that. I thought they had the game a few years ago out in Tahoe, and it was a beautiful setting. Unfortunately, the sun was supposed to be clouded over the whole time, and it wasn't. And the sun was just beating down on the ice, and it made for just sloppy conditions in that game in what should have been the most beautiful setting of all. But it's Stadium Series is great. Love to watch the outdoor hockey games. And we saw a couple of those over the weekend. 248-539-9797, a telephone number. We'll go back to the phones, and Greg is next up here at 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Greg.
Hey, Gator. Thanks for toughing it out today, man. How's that eyeball doing?
It's getting okay. I don't want to say better. It is what it is.
Okay. You got to tell Lois to stop passing sweetness on your pillow, man.
Well, that wasn't it. That's not it.
Just kidding. So I was calling about Lyon. He gets a start. He's the number one. He's earned it. I'm excited to kind of see how he responds today too. To getting pulled and then kind of getting shellacked the other night, or not pulled, but he had to come in. But anyway, and I'm wondering, do you think because Yzerman signed Kane and how they're at right now, like record-wise, is this kind of like a signal that he's got to do something? Like maybe, a top four defenseman he can fleece somebody for or something like that?
I don't know if it means they've got to do something, because I'm not sure what I don't know if they know what the long-term plans are with Patrick Kane. I mean, if you're going to go for it this year, if you're going to put all your eggs in it and just say we're going to go for it, then okay. But how long does that last? Do you damage a team moving forward? Because to land a top four forward, you're going to have to give up one of your prospects. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if they want to give up prospects at this point, because they're developing those guys, and that's the way that you build an organization. Look what the Lions have done. But if they can do it by, adding to that blue line by bringing up Edvinson or one of the other blue liners I have at Grand Rapids, if they're a better option than, I'll just say a Jeff Petrie, then let's see it.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. I don't know what they're going to do with the deadline. This is really interesting, because, and thanks for the call, Greg. Deadline's March 8th. They have 8 games until that happens. I don't suspect this team's going to go into tank and find themselves out of it like they did a year ago with the back-to-back games against Ottawa. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's a good hockey team. They're not great. I think they're good. They're an improving hockey team, and one that I thought was going to be a playoff team before the season, and here they are. They're in a playoff push. Do they need to add to this team to solidify that, or are they good enough right now as it stands, or even just simple promotions will secure that playoff spot? But if they find themselves losing 3 of the next 5 games, and then New Jersey passes them. And one of the other teams that's behind them is knocking on the door and they're ready to pass them too. And the Red Wings find themselves on the outside looking in. Do they have to start thinking about trading guys away? Some of the veteran players that are free agents at the end of the year. I hope not. I don't even want to think about that option because I think this is a good team. And they seem like they're playing better now with Patrick Kane in the lineup. They're still. It was weird. Like with Kane in the line, the record hasn't been great. Even though Patrick Kane has been great. He is what he is. He's an offensively gifted player. He's a future Hall of Famer. He's got 22 points in 23 games to the Wings. He got a goal and an assist the other day. I love watching Patrick Kane play in a Red Wing uniform, which I never thought I'd ever say in my life. He's watching him play with Chicago. He's the enemy. Hard to accept that, but he won me over right away with his unselfish play. He's a precision passer. He's fantastic in setting guys up. He's a solution on the power play. I mean, you want Patrick Kane on your power play because he's just going to be there feeding guys for open shots. And he can put the puck in the net himself. He's offensively gifted. Defensively, is he a liability? I don't think he's a liability, but I don't think he's counted on to be this defensive force. That's not why he's there. He's there for offense. And this is a team that is vastly improved 1 year over the next with their offensive output. They're scoring much more now than they did a year ago. But it's been a struggle for them to figure out that balance and win games when he's in the lineup. But I think they'll figure this out. I think he's too good of a player not to. I think he's got a positive influence on the rest of the team. I think the guys like playing with him. They like seeing him. I think they're maybe even a little inspired by his story coming off that hip surgery that nobody has really been able to come back from and be competitive, and he is. But he's a free agent at the end of the year. You know, they know, I think they have a pretty good idea if he wants to stick around and maybe be part of this team in the future and what that would cost. But Patrick Kane is certainly playing right now like he's a guy that you should sign. Some team's going to want to sign him in the offseason. Will it be the Red Wings? I don't know. But if they find themselves behind the eight ball and not going to make the playoffs, you can spin him off for draft pick. I don't want that to happen. I don't even want to think about that happening. I think they've got solutions in-house. If they were to make a move and get somebody, a top four defenseman, love to know what it takes to get one. You know, we'll scour the rumor mills and watch what happens here. But I think Steve Yzerman's going to be active. I don't know if he'll get a deal done, but he's going to be fielding calls. He's going to be making calls. And, you know, the Red Wings have a game today at Seattle. These are two very similar teams record-wise. They need to win these games. You know, last year they swept the Western Hockey trip. This year, it hasn't gone that way. You lose the two games at Edmonton and Vancouver. They beat Calgary. Let's see if they can take this one against Seattle. That would be nice. But only 8 games until the trade deadline. They need to win the majority of these games. Keep going in the right direction. Keep adding point totals so they can keep themselves ahead of the teams that are chasing them. Now, hopefully put more pressure on Toronto and maybe even catch Toronto. 4 points behind the Maple Leafs. 2 points ahead of the Devils. 248-539-9797. Jacob is in Monroe. Jacob, welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jacob.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Wanted to talk about the Daytona 500 being the Super Bowl for NASCAR and what other sports championships mean to them. It's completely unique to NASCAR for 2 reasons. One, it's a $28 million purse. It's an opportunity for smaller teams to make a lot of money and propel themselves into the history books of the sport. You know, small teams like, Rick Ware Racing and Corey LaJoie's team there at Spire Motorsports, just being smaller teams out there competing because it's such an atrocious race. You know, you end up a lot of times with only 15 to 20 cars out of the original 40 being there right at the end. You know, it'd be a lot different for, football, for the NFL to say, all right, we're going to play the championship first. NASCAR has a championship. They crown a champion.
Right.
The Daytona 500 really isn't anything more than another race. There's just so much history.
Well, that's the thing. It's obviously, when a sport that has a season like the NBA, the NFL, and of course NASCAR has a season too, as you mentioned, they crown the champion at the end. It's a little different, but this is what's cool is because this is their signature event. And for the other sports, their signature events are at the end of the season. For NASCAR, it's at the beginning of the season, as you mentioned, because of all the history and tradition that goes with Daytona. So is there a way that you can find a signature event in the other sports beyond the championship that can get that interest going to start the season?
I don't think you can. I think for even like the MLB to do it, you'd have to make opening day, say, you win opening day, you'd have to incentivize that somehow. Same thing with the NFL. You win week 1, you get some sort of option for going into, maybe you make the playoffs, whatever. It's just so hard to do in other sports.
Yeah, it really is. And that's why I brought the question up, Jacob, because I'm not sure, and thanks for the call. I'm not sure there's a real answer out there. I did bring up a couple things I wouldn't mind seeing, and things actually I'd like to see as a sports fan. I would really like to see like the World Championships of hockey or the Canada Cup Series brought back, have that played in like September. I would love to see that before the regular season starts. Have the World Baseball Classic played every year. You have that right at the beginning of of February, leading into spring training and taking part of spring training. Love to see that. Because we had the Caribbean series this year and watched a little bit of that. I was intrigued by it. But the World Baseball Classic is great. Those are other events I think that could take place, but obviously, and they have them, but they have them at different times of the year, or they're just not an annual event. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Something happened to a couple out of Toledo. I think we can all kind of sympathize here, and there's the story has a happy ending, but at the time kind of stressful, and clearly people have gone through this. I wonder if how many people have come out smelling like a rose like this couple did. We'll get to that next year. 97.1 The Ticket. And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug is out. Kang is out as well. Both guys will be back tomorrow. Taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Spent a lot of time talking about the NBA All-Star Weekend. Obviously, I think disappointing. We're all hoping to find some way to make it more interesting. I think the general consensus we had, the best idea people had, was to incentivize it by attaching home court advantage in the NBA Finals to the winning conference. That would definitely make things more competitive. I don't think you'd be seeing guys taking half-court YOLO shots, which is what happened last night. And by the way, made them. Uncontested, but hey, you made them. But what we saw last night was just horrific. That's not even a game. That's just it's a shoot around is what it ends up becoming. Got to make it better. There are ways to make it better. You could do USA versus the world instead of conference versus conference. But if you did conference versus conference, I think it would have been pretty sweet to attach the home court advantage. Yeah, it's going to rub some people the wrong way. But I think by and large, you're going to get a much more competitive basketball game. I think that would be good. Also asking people about the sport that's going to take over right now with football on the back burner. The Super Bowl's in our rearview mirror. Got a while before free agency begins here. The Lions aren't expected to, throw the franchise tag on anybody. I'm sure that we're going to be looking to see who gets the franchise tag for other teams so you can add to the free agent pool. We'll keep that in mind. But right now, the football stuff is kind of back burner stuff. It's getting ready for the draft and seeing what they do in free agency. Those are the things that are going to happen, but obviously nothing happening for a while. But it seems like people are most interested in what's going on in the Red Wings, who play this afternoon. Our coverage getting underway at 3:15. Red Wings on the road at Seattle against the Kraken. A team record-wise very similar to the Red Wings. And the Red Wings right now are in the midst of this playoff push, 8 games before the trade deadline. They could certainly add to this team. I mean, they have some assets. They've got some prospects if they wanted to move. You can always move a draft pick. Kind of trust Steve Yzerman in doing what he does when it comes to these types of moves. He's made moves in the offseason to make this team competitive. Made the move in season to acquire Patrick Kane. And that's worked out very well. In terms of how Patrick Kane looks, team's record is maybe not as good as you thought it would be with him in the lineup, but they're learning to play with him. It's been over 20 games now. The power play is outstanding when he's out there. I think they're fine with him. But the Red Wings trying to figure out the sustainability of their goaltending situation with Alex Lyon, who is really kind of untested in his career. Never played as many games as he's played right now. And with Ville Husso dealing with injuries, James Reimer is the backup goaltender. He had a shutout on Saturday, 38 saves. He's my vote for champ of the week. You can vote your champ and chump, 248-539-9797. Same number to text as well. Let's get back to the phones, and Sean is in Oak Park. Welcome to the 97 The Ticket. Hey, Sean.
Hey, Gator. Wanted to talk to you about what you mentioned as far as an event beginning the season that will really kick it off. And I would love to see maybe a Hall of Fame game. I know the NFL has theirs during the preseason, but actually to have it part of the season, especially the NBA. Assuming this class is going to be right with Chauncey and Vince Carter, having them have a halftime ceremony, bring them out on the court for a big applause, have the players in the league talk about their favorite moments, or if they did face or were teammates with these players. Something to really look back at the past versus, hey, we're kicking off with this insert game between two great teams,
So you want some kind of event that just focuses on the Hall of Fame class.
Right. A game that is called the Hall of Fame game like the NFL, but actually be part of the regular season.
I got you. So you pick out whatever it is, hey, November 17th, it's the Hall of Fame game, and this year it pits the Lakers and the Celtics, and, hey, we're going to be honoring Chauncey Billups entering the Hall of Fame, that type of thing.
Yeah, because I don't think there would be some there might be some that would, but I could imagine some people would have rather tune in just to see Vince Carter or Chauncey Billups or whoever be honored as well versus just seeing those two teams. It would probably bring in a few more ratings as well.
It might, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Sean. It's the NBA has been pretty good at finding ways to reinvent themselves. But I think they need to do something for sure with the All-Star game, and there's an easy way to make that more competitive. But in the idea of starting something at the beginning of the season like NASCAR does with having their premier event, the Daytona 500, there are, I don't know if you can, I'm trying to find ways where the major sports can do it, and I think that you can with maybe a world championship tournament that takes place before the season begins. Like move the world championships back from, or move them, I guess will be back or up, however you want to say it. But in hockey, have that tournament take place in September. In baseball, you can have a World Baseball Classic every year. Have that start spring training. That's kind of cool. But NASCAR is different because it's a totally different type of sport, and you've got each race is unique. The Daytona 500 is the biggest race. It's like having golf start off the season if they started off with the Masters. Now, the Masters is the first major event that's played, and it's always in April. Not that far away, but it's 4 months into the new year. You got all the events that take place in January and February, playing out in Hawaii, or in Mexico, or in California, or in Phoenix. And it builds up because you got to find the warmer temperature areas. And then finally, the weather ends up being perfect in Augusta in April. But that would be a similar type thing, is you end up starting your season with the Masters as opposed to starting the season with the Sony Open or whatever. 248-539-9797. Jeff is next up here in 97 Ticket. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, you mentioned the Masters. I was going to say that. I know it's a little bit into the start of the season, but it is kind of their signature event. I think it's a good comparable to NASCAR. But you were talking about like bridge sports. What do we do now that football is not around?
Yeah.
For me, it's really two things. College basketball, the NCAA tournament, March Madness, and then I'm a hockey fan, but I don't really watch it early in the season because of football and other things. So to be playing meaningful hockey in March is a big deal for me because I use it as a bridge to get me to the baseball season. So I would say, the basketball tournament and hockey really are what I focus on right now.
Jeff, does it matter if you don't have a dog in the race? Like Michigan's not going to make the NCAA tournament. Michigan State likely will, but this doesn't look like your typical contending Spartan team. I mean, if you don't have one of those dogs in a race, does it you still have interest in March Madness?
Oh yeah, it's the only holiday I decorate for. No, absolutely. Yeah, I put the bracket. It doesn't matter if my team's in it or not. I'm a Michigan alum, but I put the bracket right up in the living room, and I pay attention. And that first Thursday and Friday for me is spectacular. I mean, it's an all-day event with a little break for dinner. I really look forward to it, and it really is what gets me to baseball. It's the one thing that I think really captivates me. In this little interim, this bridge sports area.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for the call, Jeff. In a couple weeks, we get the Big Ten tournament that'll take place. That leads into the NCAA tournament, and I think that is probably one of the big bridges people have getting from one sport to the next. For me, it's I love having the Red Wings playing as well as they are. Being a playoff team right now, I'm going to be all in on that, and I'm also going to be paying attention to what happens with spring training. The Tigers reported today. If you look at social media, it's all over the place of different guys taking swings in a batting cage or fielding grounders or whatever. I think there's a lot of positive vibes going about this Tigers team this year in spring training, which we will follow a lot more closely as the days go on. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. So last week in the Free Press, they had a story about John Miller, who is a Toledo businessman, and his wife, Janie Miller. They made reservations in December for a room at the Detroit Club for $350 a night plus taxes. Their reservation guaranteed was guaranteed with a credit card and was later canceled, and they were offered another room at going rates of $1,100 as of this week. That seems like a bit much because it happens to be in line with the NFL draft weekend. So something seemed to be amiss there. The manager at the Hilton Garden Inn is Larry Brown. He learned of their plight from the Detroit Free Press, and they offered the Millers a room at the rate that they were initially promised. And so that's what's happening there. So happy ending. But it got me to thinking. Traveling is not always easy. Some people have it down pat. You know, they use whatever points and miles, and they can make it simple. But it's not always simple. It's not always easy. And I know there have been plenty of people that have had rooms booked, and then you get to a hotel, you show up, and you're like, yeah, I got my reservation, and then things change. It's like a bait and switch. Now, the bait and switch has never happened to me. I've had issues with traveling, but have been my fault. Like showing up 24 hours later to a flight that I was scheduled to be on the day before, but for whatever reason, I thought I was flying out the day after. That was a tough lesson learned. And I was flying back from Los Angeles, and it was really interesting. And my friend's wife at the time, she flew me out to LA to surprise my buddy on his birthday. And so they used their frequent flyer miles to fly me out there. I'm like, oh, that's great. No problem. And, set it up that I was going to come back on a Friday. I would get out there like a Wednesday, stay there Wednesday and Thursday night, and fly back Friday. Well, for whatever reason, I thought I was flying back on Saturday. And when I got to the airport on Saturday afternoon, they dropped me off. I'm like, okay, here we go. I go to check in. They're like, yeah, your flight left yesterday. I'm like, oh, well, that's awful. She said, can't, do anything about that now. I said, is there a flight that I can get on? Because I figured at this point, look, I didn't pay for the ticket, so if I'm paying one way, I'll pay one way. No big deal. But anybody who's ever tried to book a one-way ticket on the day of travel, you'll know that it ends up being quite expensive. And at that time in my life, it was a lot of money to put down for a one-way ticket from LA to Detroit. And I think it cost me like $700 at the time. And I remember asking the woman at the counter, I said, is that first class? And she laughed and said, oh, no. I'm like, it's $700 one way. She says, yes, well, you are purchasing this ticket 45 minutes before the plane takes off. And I thought to myself, well, if there's room on the flight, maybe you give me a discount because you want to sell out all those things, whatever. Anyway, so it was my issue. But I'm sure there are traveling snafus that people have experienced. Maybe you've experienced the bait and switch. And do you have like a hero story where you're checking in somewhere and maybe you were filled up one place and they're like, well, sorry, we don't have any rooms anymore that have the two twin beds. Those are all booked up. But we do have an upgrade for you. We're giving you the suite. Something like that. Have you ever gotten that bonus where maybe someone is made out to be the hero because your complaining worked, or maybe it's just great customer service owning up to a mistake? Now, I know a guy who I may or may not work with who years ago when the Final Four was in town, he had booked a room at one of the casinos and had been told that, you might have a chance to get an upgrade, but we'll let you know, keep in touch leading up to the day. And he kept in touch and no, nothing yet. And then it turned out he got a massive upgrade, and it ended up being one of the top floor suites at one of the casinos and hotels. And it ended up being quite fantastic. He invited me to come up to the room and party with him before the before the games. So we did, and it was pretty great. That person may or not be off today, and maybe they can talk about more tomorrow. But what was the time that you had a screw up in your travel plans, like a bait and switch type thing, but it ended up working out in your benefit? For these people, fortunately, the Toledo couple, they had made a reservation in Detroit the week of the draft at hotels for $350 a night. The hotel called them back and canceled said, sorry, but the rates are actually they're $1,100 because they're going to jack it up with the draft in town. Somebody stepped in, the Hilton Garden Inn said, we're going to take care of it at the original price. We'll accommodate you. And it's awesome. That's just great customer service. Have you ever been the beneficiary of great customer service like that with a travel snafu where something was totally screwed? Did you get hooked up at the ticket counter at the airport or at the front desk of a hotel? When has a traveling snafu, something that looked like it was awful, actually worked in your favor? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Like I said, my traveling snafus have been my own issue. I've never had the benefit where I end up getting upgraded. You hear all the time about your friends like, oh yeah, I end up getting an upgrade to first class on a flight, which is amazing. Get the leg room, the comfortable seating, the drinks, whatever it is. But have you ever been the the beneficiary of some great customer service and something initially that you thought you were completely 100% screwed? 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We'll take your calls and texts on that, as well as talking about the champ and chump of the week. Who had a champ-worthy weekend, who had a chump-worthy weekend. You want to talk about Michigan State. The basketball game from Saturday night, showdown in Ann Arbor at Chrysler. It was a green and white takeover at that place. You can hear it on the TV. The NBA All-Star weekend, what you liked, what you didn't like about that. What has taken over as priority number one in the world of sports now that football is on the back burner. All those topics at hand coming up next year at 97.1 The Ticket. Look, I know what the Groundhog said, but spring isn't here yet, right? It's cold out. It's going to stay cold for a little bit here. This is what winter's all about. The great people over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they know this. And they also know what it takes to keep your home comfortable. And they're offering a deal right now where you can replace that clunky water heater with a tankless one for free with the purchase of a Comfort Maker furnace and air conditioning package. Now, they got over 100 years of combined experience. They're the team that I trust. I had an issue with my water heater. It was leaking. I had it replaced the next day. They came out the next day and fixed it. I had a problem with my furnace, with the thermostat, I should say. They came out the next day and fixed my thermostat. Visit them at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson taking your calls and text, 248-539-9797. Same number to call or text. We're talking about the story you saw about the Toledo couple that a little bait and switch there. They had reserved a hotel room in the Detroit area, or I should say in Detroit. Happened to be for the weekend of the week of the NFL draft. It was for like $350 a night. It's expensive. But then their reservation got canceled. They were told they can, get another room, but it'll cost them $1,100 a night. A little bit of bait and switch. Fortunately, another hotel came up and saw the story and said, well, we'll offer you a room at our hotel for the same rate, the $350 a night. So all's well that ends well, I suppose. But was wondering if anybody had those great stories of awesome customer service where maybe it looked like it was a real bleak situation. Like, hey, sorry to let you know, but that room that you reserved, I know you just flew out here, but we just we had a cancellation and had something else happen, and unfortunately, we don't have any of those rooms available. However, what we do have is a suite of it, and you got an upgrade where you didn't expect it because of great customer service. Or perhaps you complained enough about a situation where you were in the right, and the hotel owned up to it. And again, customer service paying off. 248-539-9797. Corey is in Howell. You're next up here, 97 with the Ticket. Hey, Corey.
Hey, Gator. How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Not too bad. I have a Champ and a Chump real quick.
Okay.
Champ, Matt McClung. I've been watching this kid since he was in high school, just dunking on everybody. It's really cool just to see, even though he's in the G League. And then the Chump, I'd say the All-Star game. That was just terrible. I turned it off after about 10 minutes of it, and it was just really boring. My story, though, I guess, is about when I was going down to Florida with my parents. I was about 12 years old, and we stopped off in Sweetwater, Tennessee, to stay the night on the way down.
All right.
And we stopped at the Holiday Inn there, and it was an outdoor one, and we walked up to the door, and my dad went in with all of our luggage, and he ended up tripping because it was dark, and it happened to be about a whole family of little people there. And he had to get up and run out, and it was the craziest experience that we've dealt with. But we ended up getting about 10 nights of free stays at Holiday Inn,
wow,
which ended up helping out our Florida trip. So,
that does help. That's definitely it's a strange story, but I appreciate it, Corey. Thank you very much. 248-539-9797. Ed is next up here at 97 with the Ticket. Hey, Ed.
Good afternoon. Hey, true story here. My brother-in-laws both live in Calumet, top of the UP, big-time Lions fans. So they go to Green Bay to see the Lions play in Green Bay. And they don't have tickets. So they go in there, and they're checking into their hotel, and the guy at the desk asked them, he said, so you guys are from out of town here? You're for the Lions game? They said, yeah. He said, well, where are your tickets located at? And he said, well, we don't have tickets. The guy said, you drove all the way to Green Bay to see them play, and you don't have tickets? And he said, yeah. They said, yeah, well, some will come up. And the guy laughed at him in their face. Well, right when he was laughing at him, the couple that was standing behind my brother-in-laws said, you guys want tickets to the game? And they said, yeah. They said, we have an emergency. We have to leave. We can't stay for the game. And sold him the tickets at face value right in front of the guy that was just standing behind the counter, and his jaw just dropped. He couldn't believe it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Particularly to throw it in the guy's face after he laughed at you. I like that.
Right.
All right, thanks, Ed. Appreciate it. Steve is next here at 97 with the Ticket. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Gator. I got a cool story. Me and my son were flying into Boston to watch the Tigers play a weekend series, and we had got rooms through the Marriott, and they sent an email at the last minute and said that the room we had, they couldn't get us in there after we had a reservation. So they said, but we'll send you to this other Marriott in Boston. So we go to that, and we walk in the doors to the Marriott, and there's Miguel Cabrera standing there, and the whole Tiger team is in the lobby playing cards and just signing autographs. And me and my son just said, wow, was this cool?
So you end up going to the team hotel, huh?
Went to the team hotel, got in the elevator when we got there to go up to our rooms, and rode up with Dave Dombrowski. And we're just kind of like going, wow, is this cool? And we hung out with them for the whole weekend. They got home from the game at night, Saturday night game, and they were all playing cards and drinking in the lobby. It was really a cool surprise for us.
How old was your son at the time?
He was about 13.
Oh, that's perfect.
So, Miggy was signing autographs, and they were joking around, him and Victor Martinez, and their wives were with them. It was really a cool time.
Yeah, I bet you that made your son a Tiger fan for life if he wasn't already a big Tiger fan. But to be able to rub elbows with the team for the entire weekend while you're at the hotel, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was cool.
All right, thanks, Steve. I appreciate it. Let's go to Jason in Rochester. Welcome to 97 The Ticket. Hey, Jason.
Hey, Doug. How's it going?
That's Gator, but hey, how are you?
Oh, hey, Gator. Went to San Diego early 2000s for a sales contest that I won. So it was the top 10% of the sales guys in our company, so there was high potential for buffoonery already. We went to the Gaslamp District the night before our flights left. I apparently just got wasted, and I fell asleep in the club in a booth on the floor under the table, and was woken up the next morning by someone steam cleaning the carpet, almost hitting me.
Oh, boy.
I raced to the airport. I'm the very last one to make it to the plane, so I made it. But I did not want to get on it because I was not feeling good.
No, you weren't feeling so good.
She said, sir, we're sorry. We overbooked the flight. We'll offer you 2 free round trip tickets if you stay the night here. We'll put you in a hotel, blah, blah, blah. I went to SeaWorld the next day. I had a great time.
I was going to say, so you ended up, because of the situation, and you didn't want to get on that flight anyway.
Exactly.
You got bumped off the flight, rewarded with 2 extra nights, and tickets, round trip tickets. That's amazing.
Yeah. I went to SeaWorld, had a great time the next day.
Yeah, I bet. That's awesome. All right, thanks, Jason. Yeah, that's quite a deal. Nothing like when you don't want to get on a plane, you don't want to travel, and then somehow you're able to, oh, yeah, you can put it off. Yeah, we got till the next day. Sure, that works. Not that I would know anything about that if you've been too inebriated the night before or the day of or whatever. I wouldn't know about it. Dave, you're next up here, 97 The Ticket. Hey, Dave.
Hey, Gator.
Hey.
How are you?
Good.
Good. Hey, I was walking up to the ticket agency. First off, I won a free trip to the Final Four to Minneapolis, early 2000s, Michigan State, Arizona, Maryland, and Duke. And we're walking up to the gate, and it said they're overbooked. And I said, okay, what does that mean? And they said, hey, we'll give you 2 vouchers for $300, and you walk to another gate. I said, what's the catch? They said nothing. So they offered us 2 additional vouchers at $300. We walked to another gate, maybe a 10, 15-minute walk. Plane took off within minutes, because I'm sure they had a lot of planes going to Minneapolis that year.
Yeah.
And we actually landed sooner and ended up with the 2 vouchers.
Huh.
It was a free trip already, and we got another $600 in vouchers at the end of the day.
That's pretty great. What'd you use those vouchers on?
Vegas.
Right. Of course. Vegas is an easy answer, right? Vegas.
Exactly. And you probably were the one that probably came up to buy your ticket from Minneapolis, and you're probably the one that paid, $600 to $900 to make us walk to a different gate.
Worked out for you, Dave. Nice job.
It did. Thanks.
You betcha. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. When were you the beneficiary of great customer service because of some sort of traveling snafu? Something out of your control. You arrived, you thought you were screwed because the flight overbooked or whatever, or the hotel was overbooked, but ended up working out in your benefit. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. More of your calls and texts as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. Spring training is now officially underway for the Detroit Tigers, as all position players have reported today, and they're out there on the practice fields in Lakeland. That's great. Pitchers and catchers reported last week, and getting excited for for baseball coming up this year. I know I'm very excited for baseball this year. I think the Tigers are kind of a really interesting season. First spring training game will be Saturday afternoon against the Yankees from Lakeland. A lot to like with the Tigers going into this year. Hopefully they can stay healthy and, get out of the gate with a pretty good start. That's been the problem the last couple of years. They don't start well. Well, if they start well, maybe they can finish well. They owned the division last year. If you want to say it's a bad division, I don't care. Win the division. Win the division, you get to the playoffs. We'll see where they're at, but right now I kind of like the mix of players they have. It's a very young group of position players. And if this pitching staff can stay healthy, the pitching might be perhaps well above average, which would be really, really nice. And hopefully these young players can take steps forward rather than stand where they're at or regress. I don't expect guys to regress, not too many guys to regress. It's going to happen, but hopefully that's not the case with this team right now. Very excited about Tiger baseball. Back to the phones we go. 248-539-9797. Mike is next here in Pontiac. Mike, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Gator?
Yeah.
Hey, Gator. Sorry, I'm not in Pontiac. I'm in Dearborn Heights.
Oh, sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. Listen, I have a great story. You got me kind of fired up with your Tiger talk. I hope you're correct. I do not have the optimism you have, but who knows? After the Lions season, I'm all in. So
hey, man. The team won 78 games last year. I think they're an improved team. I don't know how good the other teams are in the division, specifically Minnesota. If Minnesota isn't any better than they were last year, they might be able to catch them.
I think so. And I'm just up spark of hope for spring training. So I appreciate that little bit of hope.
Sure.
But let me tell you a quick story about the travel. My son, 23 at the time, Marine, and was getting out of his basic training. So we've got 6 kids. We have most of our adult kids come with us, some of the friends, his fiance at the time. We're flying from Detroit supposedly to North Carolina on Parris Island, which is where he was graduating from. Unfortunately, that did not happen. Terrible weather, and also several snafus even getting on the flight because of some of the names were spelled incorrectly.
Oh.
Anyways, long story short, most of it was probably my fault.
Uh-oh.
We're just kind of going from memory on how to spell certain names.
Yeah.
I was wrong. If it's one letter off, you got to redo the whole thing. So we worked it out. Terrible weather that day. Ended up flying to Atlanta, Georgia, which isn't that far past where we needed to go, but it's about an hour and 10 minutes away. Now, of course, there's a whole bunch of us, and they're all adults, so we needed 2 big vehicles, and we didn't have reservations for vehicles in Atlanta. We had reservations in North Carolina. But when we got there, this guy, and we got there late, Gator, I'm saying maybe 10:30, 11 o'clock at night.
Mm-hmm.
Like we were the last ones at the airport. There was nothing left to choose from. He calls some other, I can't even remember which company it was, but he called a company, got us 2 navigators.
Oh, boy.
for less than it was. I want to say it was $70 each for the whole week. Something just crazy. I was like, that's what I said. So are you kidding me? This is fantastic. The guy's like, listen, you're all coming for our Marine Corps, and we appreciate you so much. God bless you and your family. You just drop it off at the airport when you're done. I'm like, oh, my God, what an upgrade. So nice after, a 8-hour flight, which should have been 3 hours, and all the staff booths with the names. But all that said, it was just lovely. We used the heck out of those vehicles. All I had to do was keep gas in it.
which is a whole other issue. But, yeah, that's awesome.
Another expense. But I'll tell you, what a blessing. And it was a wonderful experience. I'm not sure you've ever been to Parris Island for the Marine graduation, but what a wonderful special professional deal that was.
Yeah.
We just had it was a blessing, and all the kids were there. There were hugs and tears, and it was just wonderful. So it was a good story.
It's a great story, Mike, and I'm glad to hear it because I think when you hear stories like this, a lot of them stem from car rental companies. A lot of them get a bad rap, but I think for the most part, they really are trying to hook you up the best way possible. And you being a military family, I love hearing that part of the story as well. Taking care of our own, that's what we need to do.
100%, and that I'm sure that helped with getting the deal we got. But also, they were just good guys. I talk about ducks and eagles. There's a lot of ducks in the world, and not many eagles. The ducks just quack around and follow, but the eagles fly above everything. And this guy was an eagle. He found a way where there was no way. And I appreciate that we had an eagle instead of a duck at that place in Atlanta. So thank God for that.
Well said, Mike. I appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Matt is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Matt.
Hey, Gator, how are you?
Good, Matt.
All right, so quick chump. Have you got to be Jordan Spieth for signing the wrong scorecard or score?
Yeah, I saw that. He ended up he missed a short putt that would have given him a 3, I think, on the par 3, so he ended up tapping in for the 4, but he put down the card a 3 and he ended up getting disqualified.
Yeah, and then I'm going to champ Stoney, just because.
Yeah, why not?
He earned the champ somewhere, right?
Yeah, that Friday here was it was bittersweet. You know, he's done with the morning show, but he's still going to be with us on a part-time basis, and he's going to be with us for the for Lions coverage and all that. And you're going to hear plenty of Stoney, but yeah, it was bittersweet, but great to hear the stories. And thanks for the call, Matt, that everybody had on Friday. And there was a big celebration going on here right behind us. Doug and I are doing the show from the studio. I always have where we sit. My back is to the window that goes out into the rest of the building here. And Doug sits in front of me. So Doug faces the window. So Doug can see this whole celebration going on. I'm not seeing it. Neither one of us can really participate in it while it's going on. And, there's drinks are flying around. There's lots of food out there and stuff. People having a great time. And, we'll have Stoney back here again in a couple weeks. And I believe Mike is with me at the end of March when Doug has got some time off. So looking forward to that. And Stoney's had a great career, and it continues. 248-539-9797. Don is next up here, 97 with the ticket. Hey, Don.
First of all, the last guy stole my thunder. I want to make my champ Stoney and the NBA All-Star game for the Chump.
Fair enough.
My story was I had tickets to a CMU football game. I had reservations across the hotel across the street from their stadium. I show up late one night. I walk in. There's a guy in the clerk haggling over price. He says, "Hey, I only got one room left, and there's a guy waiting in the line." And I had reservations that were.
Oh. Sorry, Don, you were breaking up on it. Don, you were breaking up on something there. So you were in the lobby and you heard somebody say, I had reservations and what?
I had reservations. There was a guy haggling over pricing. He says there's only one room available. Bottom line, I got the suite that night for the regular price. And before the football game the next day, our friends all partied in the suite before we walked over to the football game.
Nice. You benefited. Nice job there, Don. Appreciate it. What we got here? This is Paul in Madison Heights. Welcome to 97 Ticket. Hey, Paul, how are you?
I'm doing great. Hey, I had this story. My wife and my niece was getting married in Austin, Texas. So we said, let's road trip down there. So we did. And we had a great time. I brought my golf clubs, played golf along the way. It's a really fun trip.
Yeah, Austin's a great city, too. I love Austin.
It really is. The nightlife, the music, man, oh, man. I had a blast.
I was there for a wedding about 10 years ago. I had a fantastic time.
Oh, I bet you did. I bet you did. Good barbecue there, too, for sure.
Sure.
We were driving back, and we drove through Louisville, Kentucky on the way, and we says, let's stop. And we wanted to go to a hotel, and we were like, well, what's available? Apparently, everything's available on Kentucky Derby Sunday at about 8:30 at night.
Right, because everybody empties out, yeah.
And so we go in, we pull into this awesome hotel. It's called the Galt House. And we had made a reservation along the way, and it was just like a regular room. It was supposed to be like $560 a night. So it's just a swanky place. And we get in there, and my wife, as smart as she is, she goes, hey, is there an upgrade available at all? And she says, apparently we said the right thing to the right person at the right time. She says, yeah, we can set you up. This place is pretty much empty right now. And we could see that. So they upgrade us to a suite. And we're heading up there. We go up to the suite, and all in the hallways are all these vases filled with roses from the rooms where they're emptying these rooms out. And all these people had dozen roses in the room. This place is like really swanky. They open this suite. It's like a presidential suite. It's like 4 bedrooms. It's got a kitchen in it. It's unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. Giant panoramic view.
Nice.
This place I was running laps in this place. It was unbelievable. I couldn't believe how nice it was. And then they had a gym up on the top floor, and it was like rotates around on the top of the building that you can see all, like you could see Churchill Downs and the whole 9 yards. They didn't have to do that, and I can't even imagine what that place would have cost if you know.
If you had it the night before, the Saturday night or the Friday night, that'd be insane.
Yeah. Oh my God, I couldn't believe it. But yeah, that was the upgrade of my lifetime, that's for sure. And then everything was first class up there too. It was I was very thankful and grateful for that. That's for sure.
Great.
It never hurts to ask for the upgrade. The worst thing
I guess not. Then thanks for the call, Paul. Appreciate that. Yeah, I've heard that when it comes to like just getting on a plane. If it's not a full flight or something like that, any chance they can upgrade, and if they can, and it's not much of a cost to you, it's really can make a difference without a doubt. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your calls and texts, and we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. think it's interesting. The day that we launched the official new morning show with Jim Costa and John Jansen and Heather, it's Stoney's not old bit, but it's Stoney's old bitch, I guess, about the Tyrese Halliburton. He was Stoney, among many others, wanted the Pistons to draft Halliburton, and they didn't. They took Killian Hayes instead, and the rest is history. And then you hear after All-Star Weekend that, Halliburton's like, I was pissed. I really wanted to go to Detroit. I was expecting Detroit to draft me. Yeah, one of many mistakes Pistons have made over the years. Not the first, won't be the last. But hopefully they're moving in the right direction. I don't know. I like a core of players that they have, but for whatever reason, they're not winning games. They're not playing winning basketball enough. There's no consistency to it. You have to find that consistency. They just had the trade deadline, 3 new players to the mix, guys that made the cut, if you will. Fontecchio, who can shoot. Grimes, which we'll see. Hope he's play some defense there. Fournier, I don't know how much to expect there, but it's the guy. It's the core group getting their chance to play, and we still haven't seen a whole lot of a sample size when it comes to Jaden Ivey and Cade Cunningham playing together. Unfortunately, last year Ivey and Duren, when they were rookies, didn't play with Cade Cunningham all that much because Cade got hurt a couple weeks into the season. And we've seen guys miss time this year with injuries. But again, the sample size we've seen where they've played together, is it even half a season's worth? So I'm not ready to make total judgments on these guys can't play together or these guys absolutely can play together. You have to wait and see because I haven't had a large sample size. There's only 28 games left in the season for the Pistons. That's it. I don't know what the goals are for this team the rest of the way. But I think a happy goal might be for the Pistons, and I think it would be an encouraging sign. Can they double their win total? They were so bad in the first 60 games in a season, or 55, whatever it is, 54 games. They're 8-46 in the first 54 games. Can they go 8-20 the rest of the way and double the win total, go from 8 to 16? It's still pathetic, and that is holding the bar way low. Ideally, you'd like to see them be a 500 team the rest of the way. I don't think that's possible. But can they go 8-20, which is horrible? Can they double the win total? We'll see. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Also, getting people's great upgrades they've had with travel experiences. There was a story in the paper last week about a couple from Toledo that kind of got screwed on a hotel reservation they had in Detroit because it was the same week of the NFL draft, and that hotel canceled the reservation and said, well, you can have another room, but it's at $1,100 a night, which was basically $800 more than they anticipated per night. But another hotel stepped up and said, hey, look, we'll honor that reservation you had at the other hotel for the same price at $350 a night. So just kind of a nice ending to what could have been a bad situation. And people have their own stories of getting upgrades or just great customer service they've had with traveling. And, traveling can be such a nightmare. It's a high-stress time anyway. Getting to the airport, getting to your hotel, getting a rental car, all these things are high stress. Getting to your actual destination, that's supposed to be the easy part and just relax and enjoy the vacation. But what leads up to it can be very stressful. So I love to hear the stories of the upgrades. Let's go back to the phones. Buddy is next up here, 97 The Ticket. Hey, buddy.
Hey, Gator. How you doing today?
I'm doing all right.
Great. I was going out to the 97 Rose Bowl with my buddy. And needless to say, back in the day, we did a little drinking the night before. And so we get up the next morning, and I go, oh, no, we're late for the airport. So we're rushing the airport. We get there, and we end up being late for the plane. So there's a big, long line to the ticket agent, and this woman up there. and all these people are screaming and yelling at her and just being really mean and rude to her. And so I wait in the line, wait my turn, and finally get up there. And I said, "Is there anything you can do for us? We missed our plane. We're just young kids. We don't know what we're doing." And sure enough, she goes, "Wait a minute." And she looks in her computer, and then she goes, "Tell you what I can do. I can get you on the next flight out of here, and you get first class."
Wow.
And I was like, "Yeah, great." And we went out to the Rose Bowl and had a great time.
Just because you were being nice to her?
Yeah.
That's
just
awesome.
Because we were being nice.
That's awesome. So you missed your flight because you were hungover.
Right.
She takes care of you because you were nice and puts you on the next available flight on first class.
Yeah.
And then you got to go.
Only time I've ever been in first class in my life.
Was that you say the 97 Rose Bowl? Was it the 97 season with the 98 Rose Bowl? The national with Michigan?
The 98 Rose Bowl.
Okay, gotcha.
We went out
the Michigan-Washington State
game.
game. Gotcha.
Yep.
That's pretty great, buddy. Thanks for the story.
Thanks.
All right, take care. Jeff is in Windsor. Jeff, welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jeff.
How you doing, Gator? How are you?
All right, Jeff.
Good. I got a kind of a cool story. Probably about 15 years ago, my son played Triple-A hockey here in Ontario, and he had a game in Brantford. And while we were checking in, my buddy, who was my best friend, is Bob Probert, gave me a call. He says, "What are you doing?" I said, "Well, I'm in Brantford right now. Dylan's got a game." He goes, "I used to play for Brantford when they had an OHL team, the Brantford Alexanders." And he says, "See if you can get me a suite or something." So while I was talking to the manager there about getting a suite, he says he noticed my son's jacket says Windsor Junior Spitfires. He says, "We used to have an OHL team." And I said, "Oh, I know." He goes, "Actually, the room is for a guy that used to play on a team." He goes, "What's his name? Maybe I'll remember." I go, "Bob Robert." He goes, "You're kidding, right? You bring Bob in here. How long is he going to be?" And I said, "Probably about 3 hours." And the suite is on the house. So Bob came in with his son, Jack, and met him and signed a bunch of stuff and gave us the suite for the night. So it was really cool.
That's awesome. That's a great story. So you and Bob were best friends?
Yeah. For many years.
Yeah, but I had a chance to meet him a few times outside of being in the media. One of the nicest guys. I love Bob Probert. Love him on and off the ice.
He really, really was. And like when we hung out, it was just an honor to be with him and see how nice he was with the kids.
Yeah.
I helped him do his hockey schools as well over here, and he was just all about the kids. He had the other side, but man, what a humble man. What a great guy. I miss him to death.
Yeah,
Rest in peace, Bob.
I miss him too. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks.
You bet. 248-539-9797. Craig is next here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Craig.
Hey, what's up, Gator? Hey, I went down to this real nice place it's called Gaylord Palms down in Orlando for a work meeting, and they gave me a little nicer room. My company did because I was having a good year. I go to check in, I go to get on my room, and the CEO of our company is in the next room. He's like, "How'd you get on this area?" And I'm like, I'm a big shooter, laughing. So I get in this room, and it turns out that one of the other vendors had like 4 of their biggest customers there for a meeting, and they had 4 CEOs from their companies, and they were doing a private, I don't know what they were going to set up in this place, but it had a big living room and then an offside bedroom. And he had already sent out the invites with the room numbers, and you don't mess with the CEO's schedule. So like, "Hey, we're going to have to move you." And I was a little bit of a jerk. I'm like, "I'm not moving. I'm already all settled in, forget it. I'm not moving." So he's like, "Dude, we'll take care of you, blah, 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 blah." So they wound up putting me in their presidential suite, or I think it was called the governor's suite. This thing, even with your Mac caliber arm, I don't think you could have whipped an apple across it. And it came with a butler and like all these fruit baskets and blah, blah, blah. So I invited the CEO up for a drink at our room because there's a few of us getting together, and he shows up, and we go sit. It had like a boardroom. It had like a big table that sat 12.
Nice.
We had the butler open the door, bring the CEO in. He's like, "What is going on?" We wound up blowing it out. They made me move the next night because we had over 70 people up there, empty beer everywhere. It was awesome.
That's quite the upgrade there, Craig. That's quite the upgrade. It sounds like it worked out for you for sure, and that being a business deal too. Awesome. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Talking about a lot of different things today. People have been commenting about the great upgrades they've had with awesome customer service when it comes to traveling. We talked about the All-Star Weekend, ways to make the NBA All-Star Weekend better. I don't know if there's anything you can do to improve the The dunk contest, it is what it is. It's kind of run its course. There's only so many dunks you can do. I think maybe you can get better judging for it, but in the end, does it really matter? But the way you can improve the game, there are ways you can improve the game, make it more competitive for sure. And people really kind of spoke out on that a couple of hours ago with some great ideas. And there was one consensus that came around that I definitely think would pique the interest of the players and of the fans, because it would definitely make the game more competitive. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. So we talk about the All-Star Weekend and ways to make the All-Star Game better for the NBA. The one idea that kept coming up that a bunch of people had, and it's a solid idea. It's not going to be met with 100% acceptance, but hey, why not do it this way? And that is, the winning conference gets home court advantage in the NBA Finals. Do what baseball did. Why not? Because it'd be unfair if some team from the East has this great season and then they don't get home court advantage because the West won the All-Star game? Yeah, that's right. And it works the other way. Maybe the East wins the All-Star game. Certainly make it more competitive. Can't argue with that. It would definitely be more competitive. And wouldn't you like to see that? Instead of just being this NBA shoot-around for 48 minutes, instead of having this shoot-around, hey, can you make this half-court shot? I sure can. Hey, can you make this uncontested dunk? I sure can. To actually see a competitive game, you certainly don't want to see guys go all out to the point where they're going to get hurt. That's the big fear, right? I mean, that's what's happened with all the sports. I think that the moment that all All-Star games ended up being meaningless was when the running back Robert Edwards got hurt in the Pro Bowl week. One of the games leading up to the Pro Bowl, they had a beach flag football game, and he tore up his knee. And it feels like from that point on, the competition level went from being mediocre to being non-existent. And I get it. People don't want to get hurt. But if you want to make the All-Star game and the NBA more interesting, that would do it. Put home court advantage on the line for the NBA Finals. That would definitely do it. Be really interesting. 248-539-9797, a telephone number. Mike is next up in Port Huron. Mike, welcome. 97 on the ticket.
Thank you. Hi, Gator. I was stationed in the Air National Guard out of Selfridge, and each year you pack up the whole squadron and you go somewhere for 2 weeks for temporary duty. This particular year, I think it was 98, we went down to McDill outside of Tampa, and it was during Super Bowl week. Long story short, my last name starts with a W, so growing up, anytime we did anything in alphabetical order, I got the shaft. Right. Except in this instance, in this case, we're loading up on a C-130 to come back to Selfridge out of Tampa, and I'm the last one up. And as we got up the stairs, the line slowed down, and when I got up in there, the flight master said, "You drew the long straw. You're in luck. Take a left." I had to take a left, go up the stairs, and I got to sit in the cockpit the whole way home. I got up in there. There was the pilot, the co-pilot, and the flight engineer, and the flight engineer swings around, says, "Have a seat." There's a leather couch there. He says, "We got a few minutes before we take off." He says, "I'm going to grab a coffee. You want a coffee?" I'm like, "Yes, sir." He says he's got a sports page under his arm. He goes, "I'm done with this. You want a sports page?" Yeah. So all the rest of the squadron, if you're familiar with how those jump seats are, the netting seats, they're all interlocked. Their knees interlocked. They're all crammed in there in the back of that plane, just miserable. And I'm sprawled out on a leather couch up in the cockpit the whole way home. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a lot more comfortable ride that way.
It sure was, buddy.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. My last name beginning with an A. I was always the one of the first people out there. So I would have been screwed in that situation. Let's go back to see Jim in Birmingham. Welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jim.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I guess it's only Guy today.
It's just me.
Hey, I got something to say about the NBA All-Star. It's boring. They should just take right off the top the cream, all the statistics leader, north and south, east and west, however they want to do it, and go from there. And then it's a popularity contest filling in with the fan votes. I think that would make it a little bit more interesting.
Well, but the game, you got to worry about the game. I mean, putting a roster together, I think there are ways you can do that to make it more equitable or not, or fan-friendly or not. But it's the game itself. It's unwatchable.
Do they really have defense? I mean,
no, that's what I'm saying. So how do you make it? How do you get to the point where they actually would play defense? And I think if you were to incentivize the winning conference getting home court advantage, you would definitely have a competitive game.
Top 4 defenders, each side, automatically make it. Top 3-point shooters, each side, automatically make it, then fill it in with everybody else. But what I called was about the upgrade thing. I had a great one. Daughter had a summer. She got a scholarship for a summer class in Iowa for writing. We go pick her up. We're hitting Chicago. It's like terrible traffic on a Friday afternoon. So I call ahead and get a reservation at the Hilton. It also happened to be the Taste of Chicago, right on the water.
On the riverfront, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's lakefront.
Lakefront, yeah. Sorry.
But, and there's a lot of points, but what the heck? And it's almost the same amount of points to stay way out in the suburbs or near the airport. So we'll go downtown. We get there, and there's this woman just chewing out the girl at the desk, and she's just spitting bullets and whatever. And this guy just sitting on his phone watching, and then I recognize him. It's like a supermodel, like her name was Heidi Klum and Seal.
Oh.
And they like a mountain of like Louis Vuitton luggage, and then she's demanding waters and stuff and everything. And I have traveled a lot. I'm retired now, but I had stayed over 1,200 nights in a hotel as a salesperson in 20 years. So I was nice to the girl, made her laugh, something or whatever. And just hold on, I think I might have an upgrade for you. And she goes, let me go in the back. She comes out, yeah, I got an upgrade for you. And then the manager comes out, and he okays it and everything. And I go, oh, is it a nice room? And she got real serious. She goes, the nicest room. And I go, oh, okay. And so Seal and Heidi Klum are sitting there sitting on their luggage. My wife, my daughter, I go upstairs. This floor, there's only like 4 rooms on this floor. And we go to our room. It's 3 bedrooms, living room, dining room, kitchen, TV room.
Wow.
It's from one side of the building to the next side of the building.
Oh, my.
And it was unbelievable. Plus, it was a fully stocked refrigerator. We called down and said, hey, how much are the Cokes? She goes, anything that's in there, it's gratis. So we were just like, oh, wow, great.
So these aren't $8 peanuts here. No, these are free. Yeah.
And it was all free. And my wife and daughter spent like an hour and a half, 2 hours posting pictures to their Facebook and everything. And it was the greatest view of Lake Michigan. And the next day we were checking out, the girls there thanked her for the upgrade, everything. And she said, not a problem and everything. I go, well, just curious, what would this room have gone for? And she said, well, last night would have been $4,000.
Oh, my. Well, it pays to be nice, huh?
It does. Everybody pays to be nice.
I think that's a lesson learned, Jim. And thank you very much for the phone call. And that's why we've got a bunch of calls that say, hey, I was nice. You saw a situation where somebody's getting yelled at. As long as you're the next person up there and you're being really nice and sympathetic, you might benefit. And sounds like he definitely benefited from that. Greg is in Columbus. Greg, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Greg.
How you doing, Gator? First of all, thank you for your all your calls on the Michigan games. I got all 16 taped, and that last call when Donovan Edwards made that touchdown, man, your voice was like, oh, it was great.
Well, that would be Doug, not me. Yeah, I have nothing to do with the Michigan broadcast, but Doug Karsh does. Okay. That's okay.
Okay, but anyway, the wife and I, she's a realtor. She was a realtor back in the day, and she did a deal. And the other realtor gave her a hotel stay for 2 nights at the Hilton in Cincinnati. So okay, hey, let's go. So we drive an hour up to Cincinnati, and we get there, and of course, the room isn't ready. And the wife's upset, and she's kind of upset. And we're like, hey, we'll make it up to you. So they take us to the bar, say, hey, get whatever you want, eat whatever you want. So of course, I'm doing shrimp, lobster,
right, a little surf and turf, whatever you got. Yeah.
Oh yeah, high alcohol. Give me the highest stuff.
Give me the good stuff.
So anyway, yeah, of course. So then my wife comes out and she goes, I think there's a rugby team here. And she knows nothing about sports. And I go, what? A rugby team? So I step outside the restaurant a little bit, and it's the New York Jets walking in. And they're walking in, I think that the coach at the time was the tune-up.
Oh, okay, Bill Parcells, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. And so, so we eat our dinner, and we go upstairs. We rode up the elevator with Keyshawn Johnson, by the way. He was a very nice guy. He was on the team at that time.
Yeah.
Wide receiver. Okay, so we get up there, and we're headed to our room. We're stuffed, with all this food. And we go past a banquet room. And the guy that was doing the banquet steps outside. Hey, you guys want some food? We go, well, wait, you sure? He's, sure. Get whatever you want. And he walks out. I mean, high-class bottles of alcohol.
So why did you guys kept getting hooked up?
Oh, my goodness. We carted food down back and forth to our hotel. We put everything in the bathtub, put all the ice, and we could put on the beer, wine. We had a great time.
That sounds like it, man.
I just wanted to,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, go ahead. Yes, I'm good. But thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Greg. Take care. 248-539-9797, a telephone number. We got Red Wing hockey coming up, a broadcast coverage beginning at 3:15. The Red Wings and the Seattle Kraken. See, the Red Wings can make it 2 in a row here. Big win on Saturday afternoon. With a shutout fashion over Calgary, 5-0 in that one. That was cool. James Reimer got the shutout. We're going to have Alex Lyon back in net in this afternoon's game. Red Wings in the midst of a real playoff push here, which is a lot of fun. It's been a long time since we've been able to say that. It felt like last year we were getting close to being able to say that, and it was yanked away real quickly because of what happened with the back-to-back games against Ottawa. This feels like it's a different year, a different team, different situation. We're looking forward to it. Hopefully the Red Wings can continue their winning ways, solidify that playoff spot, and get us to the postseason. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gander Anderson with you today, taking your calls at 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well. We got a number of people that have told us great stories of getting upgraded with travel snafus that have happened. Got some texts on that as well. Went to a conference in New Orleans for 14 days. Some people might say it's 2 weeks or a fortnight. Got to the hotel. They had overbooked. They ended up putting us in the penthouse with a pool right outside the door wall. The pool closed to the other guests at 9 o'clock p.m., so I had the pool and sauna to myself all night. It worked out well. That's in Nolan Highland. It's kind of cool. In 2013, I took my 90-year-old mother to Malta, the island of Malta, to see the village that her mother grew up in. We arrived to find that our reservation was goofed up. A single for my mom and me. Sorry, not happening, or it was going to be a while. So the manager upgraded us to the presidential suite for 4 nights. She had Hillary Clinton's room, and I had Snoop Dogg's. It was the best goof up ever. Phil and Howell. Phil. I was in charge of the hotel reservation for my wedding. Got the blocks reserved, but never booked a room for me and my future wife. I was comped a suite because I convinced them it was their error. Yeah, that would be a big old mishap if you book everybody else's rooms, but you forget the honeymoon suite. That's not good. Checking into Disney in Orlando, they lost our room. Prepaid park tickets weren't active. Just a mess. Our customer service rep happened to be from Michigan. She comped us by uncapping our fast passes, which were there. We were there for 6 days and never stood in line. That's pretty impressive. If you're there in Disney, you don't have to stay in line. Lastly, great customer service from the Westin in Cape Coral in 2018. Flight out on the 14th, cancels back to Detroit, and we went back to the hotel, but they were out of rooms at our rate, and instead had this massive suite available at the last minute. They gave us the presidential suite at our old rate. 4 bedrooms, and at the time, it was more square footage than my entire house. It was amazing. We watched the Minneapolis Miracle from the bar that night, too. Best thing to ever happen on a cancel. That sounds pretty amazing. Absolutely amazing, in fact. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's go to Jason in Rochester. You're next up here, 97 The Ticket. Hey, Jason.
Hey, I called earlier about the San Diego drunk story, but I got another really good one. About the same time, early 2000s, I was kind of dating this girl, and I really maybe pushed it a little too hard and planned this trip for us to Costa Rica. And, like, at the last minute, she bailed. And I was really bummed about it. I really liked this girl, but I'm like, screw it, I'm going on the trip anyways by myself. Get to Costa Rica, most beautiful resort I've ever been to, and got there really late and just went to bed. But next morning I got up kind of early because I wanted to go run on the beach and check out the beach. Get up early. It's like 7 in the morning, walking out to the beach, and I can hear this loud bass kind of sound by the beach. And I'm like, what the heck is that? Why is someone jamming their radio so early? I go down to the beach around the corner. They're doing this photo shoot for this woman in this 2-piece bikini. And turns out the resort I was staying in, they were shooting Miss Costa Rica Hawaiian Tropic all week. And they were shooting at the pool. They were shooting all over the resort. And as a repayment of the nuisance they caused, every night they would have a party for the whole resort, all drinks, food, everything for free. And all the girls were at the party. So you're partying. I'm partying with these Hawaiian Tropic girls from Costa Rica all week. And the last night they were there, they filmed it. It was like a huge deal in Costa Rica.
Well, that sounds pretty great, man. I wouldn't mind being part of that. That sounds pretty great. Take a text coming in. Gator, have you seen the Yahoo Sports mock draft? They have the Lions giving up 4 picks to move up to the Giants at 6 to take Cooper DeJean, the cornerback from Iowa. Is that a good deal? I feel like it's a coup all over again. No, that's a horrible thing. Giving up 4 picks to move up to the 6th pick overall, and then you take a cornerback who's right now projected to go late in the first round, that would be a horrible decision. But no, I haven't seen that, so I can't really fully comment. I have to look that one up. That sounds terrible. Todd in a cubicle, 2 quick stories. First, my wife and I got upgrade to first class when we were flying out to our honeymoon. Didn't even ask for it. Second upgrade was recently in San Diego, was checking in at the front desk, was talking with the front desk clerk, and I commented that I saw on their website that they had suites and some with pool tables. The guy was nice enough to upgrade my wife and I to a corner suite overlooking the marina. That's amazing. I was with my dad on a business trip to China. We got upgraded to first class. I was 13 and blown away by them addressing me as Mr. Kern. Steak and egg omelet for breakfast, 13 hours in a big comfy seat. I'll never forget that. This is the problem with the NBA in general. Or I should say, isn't this the problem with the NBA in general? Thankfully, I don't watch 1 second of the game or festivities. I'm struggling to enjoy the NBA. One reason, because our Pistons suck. And secondly, the quality of the product for the amount of the money that they make. Well, look, they make the money because the money's there because there's interest in the game. The TV deals are insane and they're able to pay. But I do think that the people have spoken and come up with a very, very sufficient way to improve the quality of the All-Star game. That is, let the conference that wins the All-Star game get home court advantage in the NBA Finals. You do that, you automatically make the game more competitive. Mike is next up here, 97.1 Ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, how you doing, Gator?
All right.
Good. Hey, I think it was 2004, 2006. My wife Rebecca and I signed up to work the Ryder Cup at Oakland Hills, and we had on the application we got 3 choices. You know, first, favorite, second, third. Well, we didn't get the first 2, which we wanted. We got the last one. Well, that was the best one. We worked transportation, so we got to drive the players to and from the Townsend Hotel, back to the golf course, and their family, from the golf course back to the Townsend Hotel, all week long. And you got to talk to the players. They're just, you always see them in front of a camera, but talking to them, they're just a common Joe like all of us.
Did they want to talk, Mike, or were some of them kind of like, look, I just, want to concentrate and get ready to golf here. It's a pretty big deal.
No, they wanted to know about us. They wanted to know how the area, this area, this and that. They want to know about our life. They were very interested in it. Which now the tournament did tell us we can't ask for autographs.
Right.
Well, we did. And so the first day was a week before the tournament started, Sunday. They said to us, "Does anybody know who Fluff is? Who used to be Tiger's old caddy, Mike Cowan, but he was Jim Furyk's caddy at the time." So I said, "I know what Fluff looks like." So my wife and I drove the Metro. They gave us Cadillacs to drive, and she parked them outside. I walked in. I looked for Fluff coming down the escalator, the big white bushy mustache, and we got his luggage. Drove him to the course or to the Townsend, and then the last story about this is at the end of the tournament they had this closing ceremonies, but Phil Mickelson forgot his vest or the sport jacket to wear, so Rebecca had to drive back to the Townsend to get a sport jacket. It was like Fort Knox trying to get them to believe her, but she got the sports jacket. Driving back at 50 on Leisure, she took the wrong Cadillac. It didn't have the emblem to let her in, even though she had her credentials and all that. But the officer wouldn't let her in, so she knew a back way to get in.
But she was able to get in, huh?
Got in and gave him the sports jacket, and the rest is history. But
sounds great, Mike. I appreciate the call and thanks for the story. I remember the Ryder Cup in town. It was a good time. A friend of mine had one of his relatives came in from Scotland, and we were out for a night of drinking out in Royal Oak at the time. And hearing this guy talk was just I could listen to Scottish accent all day long. It was fantastic. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. I said earlier in the show that NFL is kind of on the back burner now because the Super Bowl is done with, and we got a little bit here till free agency hits and, of course, the draft and all that. But there are always going to be some nuggets that carry you through in the offseason. Like this from per Albert Breer. Apparently, the Bears have received multiple trade inquiries for quarterback Justin Fields at the Senior Bowl. So that's interesting because the Justin Fields story and the Chicago Bears, the number 1 overall pick, this is one of those stories that's going to be watched very closely in the offseason. Now, obviously, we'll watch it closely here because the Bears are within the division. You know, would it behoove the Bears to go forward with Justin Fields, or should they trade him and then draft Caleb Williams with the first overall pick? If it's me, I've said all along, I would hang on to Justin Fields. I would trade out of number 1, get even more draft capital because you're trading from number 1, and then you would have 2 picks in the top 10. Like you already have 2 picks in the top 10, but now you might have 4 picks in the top 35 or something like that. And I would draft offensive linemen and wide receivers. I think you could have a field day if you're the Bears if you hang on to Justin Fields. However, lots of people think that they're going to trade him and then go with Caleb Williams. Now, if they do that, I don't have a problem with that because I think it sets the Bears back. I don't think Caleb Williams steps in right away and does what C.J. Stroud did with Houston. I think it would take a little bit. But I could be wrong. Like I said, the Bears do have 2 of the top 10 picks. So if they take Caleb Williams at number 1, do they pair him up with a receiver with their other pick, or do they end up going on the offensive line? I mean, they could, take a shortcut, but we'll see what they do. But it's one of the stories you're going to watch in the NFL in this offseason. The other one is tomorrow is the first day that teams can start franchise tagging players, and we'll see which players get franchise tagged. The Lions are not expected to franchise anybody for the 6th straight season. They do have a couple of free agent players that are starters in Jonah Jackson and Graham Glasgow, but neither are going to be commensurate of the franchise tag. We'll see if they bring either back. It seems like there is mutual interest in bringing Glasgow back. The price just might be too much to bring Jonah Jackson back, but we will see what ends up there. Back to the phones to go. John is next up here. John, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, John.
Hi, Gator. How you doing today?
All right. How are you?
Great. I won a couple of tickets from the Pat Caputo hockey show, and I decided to take a young man who I was taking care of at the time. He was 25 years old, autistic. And when we got to the arena, they sent us up an elevator. And when we got up there, I mean, we were up in the nosebleed seats, very, very high.
Back of the Joe or at LCA?
LCA.
Okay.
And I couldn't even get him to go out on the balcony because he's so afraid of heights.
Gotcha.
So we went back down and went to customer care and talked to the lady there. And I said, "Is there any way I could trade these in or just buy, some good seats in a lower section because he's highly afraid of heights."
Sure.
And she looked and couldn't find a thing. She goes, "Sir, I'm so sorry. We're all sold out." So we were pretty disappointed. But that time an usher happened to be walking by, a nice young lady, and she said, "Hey, my sister just called and canceled her and her husband's seats. Why don't you give those to these 2 guys?" And I said, "Whereabouts are they?" She goes, "Oh, they're lower section." And I said, "Oh, I'd be happy." I said, "Can I pay you for them?" And she said, "Absolutely not. We wouldn't take a penny for them. You guys go have a good time." So I thanked everybody there, and we went down to our seats, and here they were on the bottom row. We were 8 rows from the ice. Just so fantastic. The people there at the arena were so helpful and so nice, Just a wonderful time.
That sounds great, John. I appreciate the story, and it's always nice to hear that the customer service pays off. We get another call here. It's Tony is next up here, 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Tony.
Hey, Gator, you might not have enough time today. Maybe it might be tomorrow's topic or something, but I'd be interested to know what the people and you thought about the LED floor for the NBA All-Star game. I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, for the stuff on over the weekend. I mean, not for they didn't use it for the game, but for the competition. I thought it was pretty cool. It was really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was wondering, they probably, you were talking about what they should do different for the game. I'm thinking, hell, why not use it for the game?
Well, I think that might, and thanks for the call, Tony. I think that might be ultra confusing for the players. I don't think they'd want to play on something that's constantly changing like that. And also, I'm not sure about the surface itself, if that lends itself to being played on for long periods of time, because it is like a hard plastic as opposed to the hard wood. So I don't know if it's different like that with how it absorbs perspiration and moisture, but we will see. So Jeff, you're in studio today. But
Gator, how the hell are we?
But you're not alone.
No, I usually am not alone. I have an imaginary friend that my daughter is here too. It's President's Day, Gator, so the kids don't go to school today.
Is that a fact?
I mean, at least for this kid. I can't speak for every kid out there, but yeah, President's Day. I don't think we had President's Day off when we were kids.
I don't think President's Day was a thing back when we were kids.
Huh? That's why we didn't have it off, obviously.
Right, exactly. No, but that's we went to school when we get hit with 8 or 10 inches of snow. We still went to school the next day.
Yeah, isn't it great, by the way, that, and I'm not jinxing anything because I'm going to play golf in the next couple days. It's going to be in the 50s. But I love this. It's February. It's February, but it's been a decent February. Like, we've had our cold days. Like the one Rams-Lions day game, or the night game, that was frigid. That was the coldest it's ever been, right? Since then, we've had a very pleasant winter, I feel.
Yeah, I think it might be jinxing it because now it's going to last longer than we expect it to. And I also think I worry about this because of the ramifications. If it ends up being a shorter winter like this, what does that mean for what's upcoming? There's always a balance, and I don't want the balance where maybe it's just going to be a crappy summer.
Oh, I see. Well, here's the thing. As long as the NFL draft day, as long as the weather is good there, could you imagine if we get garbage weather? Because we've seen snow in late April before.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, that would be horrendous.
Yeah. So now that you're acknowledging it, I hope that reverses it.
It doesn't exist.
It does. It totally exists.
Jinxes don't exist.
You know
Please stop it.
You probably still have a bruise on your upper arm to let you know that you are a jinx at times.
A long time ago. Yeah, Gator hit me in the press box. I can't believe he didn't get fired for that. It's the biggest punch I've ever felt in my left arm. Still actually hurts.
Well,
who was it? Aaron Rowan?
Aaron Rowan.
Yeah.
Yeah. I told we own Aaron Rowan.
Tigers were going to win the game against the White Sox, and I told Gator, I'm like, this game's over. We own this guy, because he was like 0 for 3. And Gator's like, shut up. I'm like, dude, I don't have that power.
Then it was like a 2-run triple right after
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, and as he's rounding the bases, and I was in awe of what I was witnessing, I feel this blast on my left shoulder. I'm like, what the hell, dude?
You had it coming. You should know better. You do know better.
Yeah, whatever.
So what's coming up on the show today?
All right, so some heartbreaking comments from Tyrese Halliburton about Detroit. Did you hear this?
Yes.
Oh, my God. So we got the comments. We're going to play the comments. And then I do wonder where this ranks amongst what could have been in Detroit sports. Because, man, is he good. And he wanted to come here. And he was heartbroken that he didn't come here. And I'm heartbroken that he's not here either.
I thought it was interesting. The story comes out today, and it's the first day that Stoney's not doing the morning show. Because this was one of Stoney's old bitches, if you will, that about not drafting Halliburton. So that was interesting.
Yes, Halliburton, of course. You got Luke Kennard instead of Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah. Oh, did that happen?
Eric Ebron instead of Aaron Donald.
Oh, you're not doing this.
Terry Fair instead of Randy Moss.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I do believe every Detroiter has their own. That when you bring this topic up, they just blurt it out uncontrollably. So I'm asking people what theirs is. Because I think I have a new one. The Killian Hayes instead of Tyrese Halliburton. The funny thing, too, is Halliburton rips on the Pistons. And so does the interviewer. Well, so we'll play it for you.
That was one that people first guessed right away. They're like, wait a minute, you're getting a point guard, but isn't Halliburton the best rated point guard at this point? No, they went Killian Hayes.
He tells the story and he says, and they drafted Killian Hayes, almost like he's laughing about it.
Oh, boy. Jeff Rager coming up next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, happy President's Day, everybody. What's going on? As a Gator pointed out, I have my daughter in studio with me today because kids these days don't go to school anymore. Or they do, but less than we did. But if you bring up the fact that they get too many snow days, people get very angry too. So I'm not going to make any statements about kids, except for I'm glad that my daughter is with me today. We got Red Wing hockey coming your way at 3:15. Wings trying to split the Western Canada road trip, even though one of these cities is Seattle, which is close enough to Western Canada. I got some Tiger stuff maybe I'll get into. We are only on for about an hour 15. I have a Lions topic potentially, but more than anything, guys, more than anything, I must say, I did not watch a lick of the NBA All-Star Game yesterday. I did not. I don't care. I feel like every year people come on the radio and say, like, hey, how do we fix it? I personally don't care. I don't know how many people watch it. I don't think my friends watch it. I watch the All-Star Weekend. I watch the dunk contest. I watch the three-point contest. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. How can you save the dunk contest? I made the great suggestion that somebody needs to do a flip. I don't care if it's not possible. I want Mac McClung to take the next year off and work with the best choreographer out there and come up with the best dunk concept ever and then unveil it next year at the dunk contest and save the dunk contest. That's what I want. But I usually don't get what I want. And the Pistons don't get what they want either, which is a good basketball team. So over the weekend, yes, the NBA All-Star Game, I did not watch any of it. However, I was interested in the All-Stars talking. And every time I hear the name Tyrese Halliburton, I get very upset because he should be a Piston. As you know, the Pistons and Troy Weaver, in the first draft that he was in charge of the Pistons in, took Killian Hayes at 7 instead of Tyrese Halliburton. Tyrese Halliburton since has gone on to be a two-time All-Star. He's played for the Kings. He's also played for the Pacers currently. He was 3rd in Rookie of the Year. He was 6th in MVP voting last year. This year, he's averaging an 11.7 assists per game ratio, which leads the NBA. He also scores 21.8 a game. Dude is a walking double-double, and he's awesome. And he plays for the Pacers. And they're the 6th seed in the East. And they're going to go to the playoffs, and the Pistons might not win 3 more games. Well, I wasn't ready for this. Kill this. Sorry. I'm still setting things up. It was just a pregnant pause for drama. Anywho, so over the weekend, the All-Star Game is in Indy. And all the All-Stars were talking. And, of course, the hometown guy, Tyrese Halliburton, sat down with the Bleacher Report. I want to play you 2 cuts. 2 cuts that just make me heartbroken. Then I have a question that follows. Here's the first cut. Because just as badly as we want Tyrese Halliburton on the Pistons, guess what? He wanted to be a Piston. Take a listen. All right, so what's funny about that cut was you're drafting Killian Hayes. What? That's what Detroit did, by the way. You're drafting Killian Hayes. What? So then, of course, the interviewer, I should know her name. I've done a bad job. I apologize. But she says, well, since you wanted to become a Piston, is there added juice when you play the Pistons in the regular season? Take a listen to his answer. All right, so the funny thing about that cut was how everybody laughed. They were all mocking the Pistons. Oh, they got the first overall pick in the draft the next year, and they took Cade, and that worked out. And then the interviewer's like, yeah, sure. And then the entire crowd is like, ha, 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 because they have 8 wins. So I heard those cuts over the weekend, and I'm not going to lie to you, I got rather depressed because I would like the Pistons to be good. I would like to have some good basketball in this town. And Michigan State's okay. They're not very good. They're not ranked. Michigan is a dumpster fire, and the Pistons are truly embarrassing. So when I heard these cuts from Tyrese Halliburton, it hurts my heart, knowing that the dude wanted to be here. He wanted to come and save Detroit, and instead, Troy Weaver took Killian Hayes. So I wanted to ask you, I thought it'd be a good way to start a very short show off. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number, 315. We get you out to the Emerald City for Red Wings hockey. But I think every Detroit sports fan has their own. When I bring up stuff like this, you took Killian Hayes instead of Tyrese Halliburton. Are you stupid? What is yours? What is yours? And maybe not everybody even remembers it, but the ticket text is littered with it right from the get-go. Like, for instance, the Lions one time drafted Terry Fair instead of Randy Moss. Kind of hard to forget about, considering Randy Moss was transcendent and Terry Fair blew out his Achilles and never really played again. Right? I'll give you another one, kind of like low on the radar. I don't want to take yours, but I know you have your own that maybe other people don't remember. But do you remember when the Red Wings drafted Dennis Cholowski? Dennis Cholowski, because they were dealing with the salary cap money or the cap money that Pavel Datsyuk still had on contract when he left the Detroit Red Wings. Do you remember that? And instead of Dennis Cholowski, who, by the way, I don't think is even in hockey anymore. I don't believe he's in hockey. I could be wrong about that. But there was other great defensemen on the board, including Jacob Chychrun, who, of course, is now a member of the Ottawa Senators. And they're having a god-awful year, but he's a very good defenseman. So 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. Like ticket text, all over the place. Like, for instance, this one. Ooh, bad enough we're stuck with Rieger, but now he has his tired-ass, worn-out takes. Oh, no. That's not good. How about this one? 1983, we drafted fullback James Jones instead of Jim Kelly. Or Dan Marino. Or Hall of Fame cornerback Darryl Green. No offense to Gary Danielson, but come on. Exactly. Everybody has one of these. So 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. If you want to chime on in, what's yours? Let me hear it. 97 won the ticket. I must say, I thought I did a splendid show yesterday, last week with Wojo, and I look at this first ticket text. As my worst radio host pick is Jeff Rieger. I just asked God, what did I do to deserve this punishment of listening to you? That's from Otto. I mean, Otto, thanks for listening, bro. You know, you can just turn it off if you wanted to. But I appreciate you telling me that you hate me. What do you do for a living, Otto? What, you don't think I have any callers? You don't think I can do this job? Really hurts, Otto. What kind of name is Otto anyway? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number if you want to chime on in. We played you the cuts from Tyrese Halliburton, right? The all-star for the Indiana Pacers. And by the way, I was watching the three-point contest over the weekend because Michigan State was on at the same time, and that was torture. But at one point, it was Donovan Mitchell, and then it was Tyrese Halliburton back-to-back. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, great. What the hell did we deserve to do? What did we deserve? What did we do to deserve this? Kind of like Otto wonders what he did to deserve me. I wondered what I did to deserve back-to-back two guys that could be helping the Pistons not only go to the postseason, but maybe win a championship, right? So I'm asking you, because every Detroiter has their own. My new one is, how the hell did you draft Killian Hayes instead of Tyrese Halliburton? We played you the cut. He agrees. But what's yours? What's the one that every time this topic comes up, and it comes up frequently, that you automatically blurt it out because you're still pissed off about it? 248-539-9797. Let's pick up Ryan in Novi. You're on the ticket. Hey, Ryan, how are you, bud?
Jeff, I'm great. How are you? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man. Thanks for calling. What's the word?
I've got two of them, and they're both Red Wings related, and this to me was kind of the nail in the coffin of it's time for Ken Holland to pack it up and go. 2017, and I granted, obviously with hockey, it takes them a couple of years to see what these draft picks are going to pan out to be, but the Red Wings take Gustav Lindstrom, I believe 37th overall, and 38th overall off the board goes Jason Robertson, who had 109 points
for the Dallas Stars.
Yes, sir, and I think was an all-star in 2023, and then just to make matters worse,
and he's from here too, by the way, isn't he? From Novi or Wixom or something?
He's, I think he moved to Northville when he was young to play at Caesars, so he does have some ties. But Jeff, I'll do you one better. How about the year after? At pick 6 goes Philip Zadina, and Vancouver can't run up to the podium fast enough.
Hughes.
Quinn Hughes goes at 7, which I'll be having nightmares about for the rest of my life. U of M product. National team development program, but for whatever reason, it wasn't good enough for Ken Holland to take it 6, and we'll be paying the price for that one for a while.
Ryan, do you remember Philip Zadina, what he said in his interview when they were talking to him after he got drafted? He was pissed off that he didn't go higher, and he's like, I'm going to put pucks in their nets. Who was he talking about? The team maybe that drafted before the Red Wings? But you're right, and now he's no longer a Red Wing, and it was an absolute debacle. Those are two very good ones, by the way.
Thank you, especially when, Philip Zadina was projected to go 3rd, and he didn't go 3rd, and he's not going 4th, and he's not going 5th, and you're sitting there like, oh, here comes the U of M product coming home, and just wasn't good enough for Kenny. So those are my two, Jeff, kind of probably under the radar, but I guess in the spirit of Red Wings hockey today. Go Wings, and have a great Monday, Jeff.
Ryan, you as well. I appreciate it. Happy President's Day. Big game for the Wings, obviously. They're in Seattle. They're clinging on to that final wild card spot in the East. Seattle 4 points out of the final wild card spot in the West. So it's a massive game, without a doubt. And there's only like 27 of them left. So they're all big ones from here. And it's nice to see that the Wings currently are in playoff contention. And even though the Devils are breathing down their back and the Islanders are there too, the Wings, if they play good hockey, should be in the playoffs again, which would be fantastic, considering it's been way too long, almost a decade, kind of like the Tigers. 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. I'm asking you, what's yours? I like the last caller, very under the radar. I don't know if the average Detroiter remembers Philip Zadina. The fact you could have got Hughes. What's yours? Everybody's got one. Oh, somebody texting in is me. Matthew Stafford instead of Aaron Curry. That's from Jeff Rieger. No, I think the Lions probably got that one right. Even though I do rip on Stafford, he did give you 12 years, right? Aaron Curry lasted what, 6? 7? What did Aaron Curry ever do? I remember having those conversations. It was fun. Let's go to Matt in Oxford. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Matt?
Hey, Rich.
Hey, bud.
Hey, listen, if my name was Otto, I put a 38 in my mouth.
Hey, Matt, stop that. Stop that. Come on.
I'm just kidding.
All right. The hell. Let's read a couple quick ticket texts. Here we go. Couple quick ticket tags for you. These are really good, by the way. With the first pick of the 1986 NHL draft, the Detroit Red Wings selected Joe Murphy. Jimmy Carson went second. Vincent Damphouse went 6th, and Brian Leach was 9th. That's from Paul and Shelby. Whoever the Lions took in the 6th round the year Tom Brady was taken in the 6th round. Yeah, a lot of people passed on Tom Brady. Kind of hard to do, right? I mean, 5 rounds, every team in the NFL passed on Brady. And then most of the 6, correct? I got a couple more for you. In the 1977 draft, the Wings picked Dale McCord at 1. The 15th pick was Mike Bossy. I'd say that's a pretty big screw-up. Sparty, Steve, and Algonac, my biggest one was always taking Keith Primo over Jaromir Jagr. Ironically enough that the Penguins retired 68 in Jaromir Jagr's number yesterday. But at least they lost 2-1. So that was cool. Let's go to Kevin and Macomb. You're on the ticket. Hey, Kev, how are you, bud?
Jeff, thanks for taking my call. I'm good. Hey, real quick, I never usually agree with Wojo, but you talked on one of your shows once about trying to avoid the negative ticket text on you because I do feel like there's less bad ones than there are good ones. So listen to Wojo on that one.
All right. Thank you, Kev.
Okay, so mine, I feel, is I just feel it's like, in terms of the impact it would have had on the franchise, it's like a tectonic type impact because when the Lions decided to take Ebron over Aaron Donald, I mean, I can't think of a more perfect situation, especially with the Halliburton situation. The Lions needed a defensive tackle. Sue was entering free agency that year, and Donald was the top defensive tackle on the board. And you could argue that he's probably the best defensive player to ever live in his prime. And it's unbelievable to think,
I feel you. You're still lost for words at this point, Kevin. I respect that. Listen, I mean, it was awful. It was awful. It was horrendous. Add that to the fact that Eric Ebron didn't work out, and then he decided to troll everybody on Twitter, and that he went to Pittsburgh after that. If I'm not mistaken, I think he won a playoff game, and then he was pretty much out of the league. But we all knew it was a mistake when Bob Quinn drafted him.
And you think about, there was something in the Detroit News, it might have been a couple of years ago, but it was specifically on that draft pick and how Donald was going to be the pick, but in the war room, basically, someone persuaded the whole group and Mayhew ultimately to take Ebron.
Kev, I appreciate it. Listen, I think the Halliburton thing is right up there. I do. The only reason we're talking about it is because he talked about it over the weekend. He was asked by the Bleacher Report what team he thought he was going to go to. He said he wanted to go to the Pistons. And then he talked about the fact that they took Killian Hayes over him. Killian Hayes, of course, now released. And then everybody kind of made fun of the Pistons when he said, well, a year later, they got number 1 overall. They got Cade Cunningham, and they all laughed. They're like, yeah, that seems to be working out well. Kind of an embarrassment. So if you want to throw yours in there, 248-539-9797, I thought it'd be a fun little half hour, couple segments for you. We're only on for an hour 15 to begin with, but I think every Detroiter has one, as I think we're proving right now. What is yours? The all-time draft mistake for Detroit. I think the last one is probably the biggest one, or maybe not. We got some people on the lines that want to talk. We'll go to the ticket text as well. Also, I got a Tigers question. I wonder if you have it in you to trust this man. I'll give it to you in 5. 97 won the ticket. 97 won the ticket. Get you to Red Wing hockey at 3:15. Happy President's Day, everybody. By the way, somebody tweeted at me, did you guys know that this today is also a holiday in Canada? It's called Family Day. Did you know that? I did not. But a happy Family Day to our Canadian listeners. So I played you the comments from Tyrese Halliburton to Bleacher Report saying he wanted to be a Piston, couldn't believe the Pistons drafted Killian Hayes over him. And of course, I'm asking you the age-old question. What is the worst Detroit draft decision? Or if you have your own personal that you think kind of goes under the radar that nobody knows about. And we'll go back to the phones momentarily. But I got to give this to you as well. Tigers are practicing right now. We're like, what, 5 days away from the first spring training game? I don't get into spring training. I think it's way too long. I think it's too tedious. I get sucked up in the NCAA tournament and the ending of college basketball, and that pretty much takes me until opening day, which, by the way, is March 28th this year, okay? So I don't really put too much stock into spring training. However, one of the guys that I think myself and you are looking at is Javier Baez. We know Baez has been a bust, without a doubt. Baez has been a train wreck. It hasn't worked out for Javi. I think you know that, and I know that. However, I'm reading quotes from Javier Baez over the last couple days, and it's kind of like the old Miggy thing. He's in the best shape of his life, according to the beat writers. The sound of the ball off his bat is different than some of the other players on the field. And he's well aware of how bad he's been as a Detroit Tiger. And apparently he had an injury last year. Quote, I was just trying to be healthy in the offseason, feel better with my low back and my core. It feels pretty good right now. I've been swinging a lot, hasn't been bothering me, so hopefully it stays that way. Apparently, the Tigers sent coaches out to Puerto Rico to work with Javi. Javi has said multiple times that his season last year was not good. In fact, kind of embarrassing. And he wants to be better, and he makes over $20 million a season. I know Detroit has written this guy off, and I don't blame you one bit, because I, too, have written him off as well. However, I remember watching games last year, and there were times when Javier Baez was actually pretty good. Now, it always came after getting benched, or it always came after like a 7-game hitless skid where you're like, oh my God, this guy stinks. And then he would come up with a massive hit in a big-time situation, usually to win a ball game. I'm going to say something, and you can tell me I'm a dope if you want, but I believe it. Am I a dope? I know you're yelling yes right now. Let me get to the question. I think Javier Baez is going to have a good season. I don't think he's some declining baseball player in his 30s. He's still capable of hitting. His problem is discipline. His problem is motivation. He still has a fantastic glove. I was reading one athletic piece from Cody Stavenhagen where the title was, Javier Baez has heard it all offseason. What happened to Mago? You know, El Mago, his nickname. I wonder, as the Tiger season approaches, and again, spring training is just way too long. Have you written off Javier Baez? Are you convinced the guy is going to end in a DFA? Or is he salvageable? Because all the reading I'm doing, and maybe I'm getting duped here, people, the fact that he's in great shape, I know we heard that for years and years and years with Miggy. In fact, he took Miguel's locker, for crying out loud. I kind of believe he's salvageable. I kind of believe he wants to be the leader of this team. I kind of believe he's going to be okay this season. Dare I say, maybe even productive. I wanted to throw that out there. I know it's a real tough opinion, considering what Javier Baez has given us the last couple years. But I find myself believing, which is scary, but it's true. I wanted to give that to you. Do with it what you will. Are you with me? Or in your mind, it's over, dead, Wish he got DFA'd. You can't trade him. Wish he would have decided to opt out, which you knew wasn't going to happen. He's not Eduardo Rodriguez. So 248-539-9797. Let's pick up Dan. You're on the ticket. Hey, Dan, how's life, buddy?
Hey, doing great. First-time caller. Dannon calling from Detroit. And I want to stick with NBA basketball. I want to give a shout-out to the 1996 NBA draft. It was probably the best draft in NBA history. We ended up getting Ben Wallace eventually from that draft, and we were able to, kind of build a team. So in 2003, we're up for the lottery, and you got LeBron James sitting there, and we don't get that number 1 pick, but we do get the number 2 pick. And with that number 2 pick, we selected Darko Milicic, which was probably our worst pick in the history of Michigan sports.
Dan, what do you think is worse? What do you think is worse? The fact that you could have had Aaron Donald still playing for the Detroit Lions, potentially, and maybe you win a Super Bowl, or the fact that you could have had D. Wade or Chris Bosh or one of the other guys that instead you got Darko Milicic?
Hey, imagine going with Carmelo Anthony and trading Tayshaun Prince. Just think about the impact that was going to have on the Detroit basketball for years to come. Because even with that team, we probably should have won, 3 titles with those guys.
Listen, Dan, I don't disagree, but now that you saw what Carmelo gave you over the course of his career, I mean, great player, just never won anything. People wondered how much he really wanted to be a team player. Do you still feel that way?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You got Chauncey Billups there. I mean, you got some. So think about it. You already got a world championship team, and you're adding Carmelo Anthony to it. You got some veterans in the line. You got Rasheed Wallace, that's a very strong personality. You got Ben Wallace. These guys are trying to win now. And here you are. You a rookie, and you're fitting in. This is how we play in Detroit.
Dan, you could make the case, and I appreciate the call, my man, but you can make the case that the fact that you got Darko led you to getting Rasheed Wallace and led you to winning a championship. Now, listen, I'm not saying Darko was a great pick because he wasn't. Was he the worst ever? Maybe. He's definitely in the top 5. Can I put Killian Hayes over Tyrese Halliburton in that conversation? Please? It sticks with me. I don't know why. It really does. It kills me. And then hearing those comments over the weekend, it made me cry. Almost. My daughter claims I never cry. She's sitting right next to me because it's President's Day. I always say, see, I'm crying, and make her feel my eyes, and there's never any tears there. I came the closest to crying I have in a long time when I heard those comments from Tyrese Halliburton. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Kevin, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Kev? How are you, bud?
Hey, brother, what's going on?
Hey, man.
I want to chime in the Javi Baez thing.
Oh, boy.
I don't think you're crazy. I do not think you're crazy. I think that there's life there. I think that the raw talent is, still there. I mean, great player. When you think about his time on the Cubs, Javi Baez was arguably the best second baseman in the league.
Helped them win a title, yes.
Yeah. So it's just, I don't know what happened with that transition from from Chicago to Detroit, but I do think that there's life there. But if you had to give me a life or death situation, like in terms of betting on the game, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to go with the no. I don't think he's going to be as productive, or as you're talking about, like, yes, he's still salvageable. But in my opinion, if you were to tell me that Javier Baez was going to be a 280, 290 average, I'm going to go with the no.
No, and listen, I probably agree with you there too, Kev. I do, and I don't think I would bet any money either. I just look at him, and I see a guy, and tell me if you agree with this. I see a guy that still has talent, that still has ability. Like when you look at guys in their 30s that are just about to be out of the league and DFA'd, they can't hit. And I know Javi can't hit either, but there are games when I saw Baez take over. It's kind of like Tim Anderson, right? Like this guy at one point was the best shortstop in baseball. And then last year, playing for that train wreck, which was the White Sox, he had one of the lowest OPSs in baseball, right there with Javier Baez. I think Tim Anderson's still a decent player. I think Tim Anderson's going to rebound. I have no reason to believe that other than I saw how good he used to be. I have that same feeling with Javi. The other thing, too, and I know talk is cheap, Kevin, I get it, but he's made comments like, I want to be a leader. I want to be there for this team. I hope I'm not as bad this year as I was last year.
Right. No, I mean, every single point that you just said is very valid, and I agree with it, yeah. Like I was saying, the raw talent, just that Javi Baez, that El Mago in him is still there, and it's just I don't know what happened, like I was saying, and I know you said talk is cheap, but I mean, if he really wants to, if you could put it this way, he's got that dog in him still.
Yeah, I agree with you. The problem is he just needs to be embarrassed almost before the dog starts barking.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wake-up call. Everybody needs one once in a while, so I agree with you.
Kev, I appreciate it.
He's still got it.
We'll see. Listen, Kev's with me. The ticket text are not with me. Somebody just says Rieger, LMAFO. I deserve that. What the hell makes you think he wants to be a leader on this Tigers team? He had a quote saying, I want to be there for these young guys. That quote makes me think he wants to be a leader. Like, Javi isn't a malcontent. Javi isn't a jerk. Javi isn't even a prima donna. He just chases way too much. Whole offseason of working on it. Healthy lower back. In fantastic shape. Understands what an embarrassment last year was. I think Javier Baez is going to have a good season. Now, what is a good season? What do you want me to give you? OPS? Can you give me a high 700s? Right now, it's at like 652. Is that too much to ask? Can you give me 24 jacks? Can you give me a solid shortstop? That'd be pretty damn good. Considering it is a team that lacks offense. 248-539-9797, 97 won the ticket. We got Red Wings hockey coming your way in about 15 minutes, or make that 30 minutes. Wings in Seattle, trying to go 2-2 on the Western Canada road tilt. Big win on Saturday, 5-0 over the Flames. Can they make it 2 in a row? Huge game. They're right where we want them to be, in playoff contention. Close the deal. Remember last year? They were in a wild card spot for like 18 hours. And then next thing you know, they had like a 6-game losing skid, including those back-to-back games against the Sens. This year, they've been in that playoff spot, it seems like damn near all season long. So, 248-539-9797. It's out there if you want to hit on it. I made the comment, and I have reaction on the ticket text about Javier Baez. I'm kind of a believer. I think Javier Baez is going to have a good season. I think he's woken up. I don't think he's washed up. I think he's finally healthy. Best shape of his life, according to all reports. Always been a good fielder. Am I a moron to believe Javi Baez is going to come through a little bit for the Tigers this year? I want to read this one quick ticket text, then we go back to the phones. I do believe Javi is going to have a better season. Been telling everyone, Tigers are going to have a big season. Torque, 42 bombs. Carp, 35 bombs. Green, 23. Meadows, 25. Javi, 20. Keith, 20. Holy cow. We're winning the division. That's from Ace Squared in Tecumseh. Wow. You get all those home runs for the guys you listed, and I would agree, you will win the division. Because I think the pitching is going to be decent. Before we go back to the phones, I wanted to play this Tyrese Halliburton cut. Because the other thing we're talking about, other than Javi Baez, is what is Detroit's worst draft decision? Is it potentially passing on Tyrese Halliburton, 2-time All-Star, double-double every game, leads the league in assists? He wanted to come to Detroit. And instead you got Killian Hayes, who is no longer on this team. He was released. Tyrese Halliburton over the weekend in Indy, that's where the All-Star game was asked, is there more juice when you play the Pistons, considering you really wanted to be drafted by the Pistons? Here was his response. Yeah, pretty embarrassing when he's like, oh, yeah, they got Cade the next year, and that seems to be working out. And the interviewer, she's like, oh, yeah. And then everybody laughed, almost mocking Detroit. That was fun. So where does passing up on Tyrese Halliburton and taking Killian Hayes instead rank amongst all-time bad draft decisions in Detroit? And what's the one you always go to when this topic gets brought up? Let's go to Sheldon. In Detroit, you're on the ticket. Hey, Sheldon, how are you, bud?
Hey, Brother Jeff. I still say the worst draft decision to me, the Lions, when they passed on Randy Moss for Terry Fair. And from WCL, he don't want a wee small team, which ended in the comparison. But like I said, career. Fair was about 5 years. Randy Moss, that's what goes in that.
Hey, Sheldon.
No offense to Sheila's father, but William Clay Ford did not know football, and his judgment of character wasn't that good.
No, I'm totally with you. I mean, I think that's one of the big ones. I actually think, and I appreciate the call, it's a big one that nobody brings up. I think people will bring up Kennard, the fact you could have had Donovan Mitchell. I think people bring up Darko like we've already had today. I think Ebron is the big one. But you're absolutely right. I think people have forgotten about it a little bit. But Terry Fair, fine cornerback. They won Randy Moss, one of the best receivers of our lifetime. Let's go to Robert. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Robert? How are you, bud?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good, man.
it's not the worst, but it came to mind. 2005 NFL when we took Mike Williams at number 10. DeMarcus Ware was like 11, I believe. Aaron Rodgers, if you want to get crazy, was like 26.
Oh, my goodness. Was Rodgers 26? I kind of feel he went lower, but I hear you. Like Mike Williams, do you remember the belief was they were going to take DeMarcus Ware? And Matt Millen at the last second made a different decision, and they took Mike Williams. Remember, Mike Williams didn't even play, right? He didn't play his last season, and reports were that he was overweight. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, he thought it was the Maurice Claret thing where they thought, they'd be able to get in even though they were younger. And I just had one other thing to say if you have a moment. I'm watching on YouTube, and Olive is just a doll, and seeing her interact with you, it just melts my heart.
Wait a second. This is on YouTube? Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Everybody's seeing... Oh, wait, did I yell at her? I hope I didn't yell at her.
No. She came up and gave you like half a hug, and like I said, it made my heart melt. And,
she's actually lying on the floor right now. Do you realize you're live on YouTube, Olive? You might want to get up and sit in a chair. No, you are.
She was in the chair for a while playing with a book or an iPad or something. But anyway, it must be your wife that has the good looks.
That is true.
I had a that was obligatory. But and you are like one of the top 3 guys of that station. So the negative crap, I know you brush it off, but don't buy into that.
Robert, I appreciate the call. Thank you.
All right, brother.
Good stuff, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's Robert. We're on YouTube right now. You guys didn't tell me.
And Twitch.
And Twitch. So everybody can see my daughter lying on the floor right now. Yes, they can. You are a YouTube star right now. I did not know that this is ridiculous. I didn't realize people were watching. That would have been embarrassing if I yelled at her. They can't hear what I'm saying, can they? I think I threatened to take away her Roblox.
Yeah, Jeff, this is what happens when you're on at the 2:00 hour, man.
I guess so. I'm usually on at 6. You know
You're
what's
on YouTube.
weird? At 6 o'clock, they immediately turn off the lights and they turn off the cameras and they forget about us. Really kind of hurts. Like, why can't we be on Twitch too? Why can't Wojo and I be on Twitch? Ooh, I'm getting this ticket text. Oh, boy. Ooh, I got this like 5 minutes ago. I guess I should have realized. Says, Rieger, watching you on Twitch, you really do have a face for radio. Yeah, I mean, listen, I've never pretended to be an Adonis. I got, where the cameras at? Like right here? Yeah. Oh, right there? I got this nose. Look at this. My hair is falling out. It's a sad state of affairs over here. That's a very nice call, though. All right, we got one segment of radio to go. Apparently, check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Who knew? And we got Red Wing hockey in about 15, 20 minutes. Wings in Seattle getting ready to take on the Kraken. And, I mean, we're pretty close to a playoff spot. It's pretty exciting. 97 won the ticket. All righty, hour number 2. Only on for another 9 minutes or so. We have Red Wing hockey coming your way. Wings and Kraken from the Emerald City. By the way, I just went to the Twitch stream, and you guys weren't lying. Apparently, we are on the cameras. Everybody's very nice to Olive. You know what's weird? You know how I can get everybody to be nicer to me? I'm just going to always travel with Olive. Because nobody will ever rip on Olive. She's way too cute. But when I'm by myself, people say very mean things like this. Somebody says, you look like Nick Faldo, but in a serial killer way. Mark G. in Canton. I wish I had the golf game of Nick Faldo. I will tell you this. Do you realize on Wednesday and Thursday, we're looking at temperatures in the 50s? I'm going to hit the course. Couple courses that never close. Anyway, so we got a couple different things going on. We have the Tyrese Halliburton cut that I played for you a couple different times. Tyrese Halliburton in Indianapolis saying couldn't believe the Pistons didn't draft him. Instead, they drafted Killian Hayes. So I did bring up every Detroiter has one. What is your all-time draft disaster? All-time Detroit bad draft decision? We've been talking about that. And then I also decided to tell you about my belief in Javier Baez. I think Javier Baez is going to have a good season. Now, when I say good, I don't think he's going to be a top 5 shortstop in baseball. But I do believe he's going to take it more serious. I do believe last year embarrassed him. I do believe he's in better shape. According to everybody I read, he's in fantastic shape. His lower back seems to be healthy. Don't forget last year, he was demoted to like hitting 8th and 7th at one point in the season. It can only go up. But I kind of feel Javier Baez is going to rebound. He's 31 years old. He's not like a 40-year-old. I saw somebody compare him to Miguel Cabrera the last 3 years. Oh, yeah, dude, great take. We heard the same thing about Miggy, and we did. The problem is Miggy's been washed up for a decade. Just shows you how good he was. Because the last 8 years, go look at Baseball Reference or wherever you want to get your stats. Miguel Cabrera has been an albatross on this team. The contract was way too much money. He didn't produce anything. And let's not forget, at the start of the season, he was very close to not even being playable. Baez is 10 years younger. And he's got a motivation problem. I don't think there's any question about that. I'm going to give him a chance. I think we see a better season from Javier Baez. So those were the two things we've talked about so far. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. I want to read a couple quick ticket text, and then we go back to the phones. Good? Good. In retrospect, the worst draft blunder was probably the Darko draft. There was several bona fide stars available, and we went with the human victory cigar. Do you remember that? Every time the Pistons won in like 04, 03, Darko would get in at the very end of the game. That was a disaster. There's no question about it. How about this one? Stanley Johnson instead of Devin Booker. That is another great one. And Devin Booker so badly wants to be in Detroit. Did you see how he showed up to the All-Star game? He was wearing a Steve Yzerman jersey. Devin Booker so desperately wants to be in Detroit. And I don't think it will ever happen unless he becomes an unrestricted free agent and chooses the Pistons, which, by the way, is anybody really going to choose the Pistons at this current point? I got one more for you. Dean from St. Clair, Detroit's all-time worst draft pick is Andre Ware. All right. Dan in Bloomfield, you're on the ticket. Hey, Dan, how are you, bud?
I'm good, man. Dude, it has to be the Brandon Knight draft. Because we picked him 8th. Number 9 went Kemba. Number 10 was Jimmer Fredette. Number 11 was Klay Thompson. 12 was Alec Burks. 13, Markieff Morris. 14, Marcus Morris. 15, Kawhi Leonard. I mean, come on.
Well, you had Alec Burke on your team for a little bit till you traded him away for next to nothing.
Yeah. I mean, even Vukovic and Shumpert went after that. I mean, it's a disaster, dude.
You do realize that you were the first on the ticket text and the phone lines to bring up Brandon Knight. You are. And that's what I mean about this topic. I do feel that it hits home with every Detroit sports fan. Every Detroit sports fan has their own, which they're still pissed to this day. And no offense, Dan from Bloomfield, you still sound pissed.
I'm pissed. Listen, look through since the Darko trade. Look at every single draft. There's a disaster in every. Look at the Henry Ellefson trade. The pick. It's just a disaster. Total.
Dan, it's a good call, brother. I think Dan hung up on us. 248-539-9797. How about a couple quick ticket texts? I like this one. Instead of chanting Jared Goff, fans are going to be chanting Javi Baez. You imagine? Javi Baez. That would work.
Do you want a Javi Baez? I don't think it has the same ring as chanting Goff, man.
Well, Jared Goff was Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Right, Jared Goff. How did Goffs go? I always screw it up. Because I always wanted to...
Jared Goff.
That's what it was. Goff. You're right. Yes, with Baez, it would have to be Javi Baez. Javi Baez. Yeah, we could work on it. It'd be great if we could actually do it. Baez was hitting like $150 and led the MLB in errors. Thank God Torque is athletic and the errors would be double, cut our losses. I don't disagree with you. Last year was a bleep show. I am not disagreeing with you. But there is a reason they give the old comeback player of the year award out at every sport, isn't there? Don't you believe when a guy that still possesses ability is embarrassed to the point where he realized that everybody hates him? Don't you realize that could be a decent motivator? I would like to think it could be. I could totally be wrong about this. What is this?
It's the Chapman special.
He made this song?
He did, in fact, have it made for his show.
Oh, that's what I love about Chappie. He's all about production value. It's kind of catchy. I got a couple more for you. And then we'll get you to Red Wing hockey. Worst draft was when the Pistons selected KCP over Giannis in 2013. To be fair, Giannis went like middle of the first round. I think 13th to the Bucks. At the time, it wasn't Giannis. And listen, I know your job is to understand what these guys can be like. But if you saw the Giannis story, he was nowhere near to being Giannis Antetokounmpo when he was drafted. And then, of course, he developed, and now he's one of the best players in all of basketball. So, I hear you. I got you. And then there's this one. Ikika Alama Francis in the second round by Matt Millen when he was not even on draft boards. That's Mick and Macomb. To tell you how old I am, guys, I was actually on the air on a Saturday when the Lions drafted Ikika Alama Francis. And I remember asking on the air, who the hell is this guy? And I remember hearing that he played college volleyball, including college football. And they drafted this guy. That was the same year, mind you, they drafted Drew Stanton in the second round. 1 year, the Lions took Ikika Alama Francis and Drew Stanton, and then they had a third second-round pick that I can't remember who they took. But that tells you how bad it was. And now you got a guy in Brad Holmes that don't miss. Like, who are Brad Holmes' misses? Who are his bad picks? Levi Onwuzurike, first draft, second round. Other than that, everybody else seems like they've made an impact. Kirby Joseph in the third round. Malcolm Rodriguez in the sixth round. Aiden Hutchinson in the first round. James Houston in the sixth round. Pretty nice to have a guy that can get it done. So, anyway, that's going to do it for the show. We got Red Wing hockey coming up next. The Wings coming off a 5-0 victory over the Calgary Flames. They're in Seattle today to take on the Kraken. They need to keep winning. I don't know how many people are into it right now. Like after the trip the Lions took us on, I don't know if people have jumped back into the Red Wings and say, all right, sweet, like you're watching these games with just the raw emotion of being able to make the playoffs. But they have such a great chance to make the playoffs. They just got to keep winning. Like if you look at the standings, the two teams you'll worry about the most are the Devils, who will go out at the deadline and get goalie help, and the Islanders. Other than that, you also worry about the fact that like Toronto has made up ground and they're the 3 spot in the Atlantic. Tampa Bay currently, the first wild card team. Like the Wings have to just keep winning. They have to secure that ace spot, which is going to be tough. But I think they're capable. And they can prove that this year is a hell of a lot different than last year. So we got Red Wing hockey coming up next. Kraken Red Wings. Happy President's Day, everybody. See ya.